life.
We understand. Trust us. We have been there.
Okay, we are recording.
Thank you. Good morning. This is Roxana Gamusio. I am Executive Director with the Regulatory Boards, and I will be guiding us through this board meeting. Today is Thursday, July the 23rd. This is the Land Surveyors Board meeting. We are starting at 9:13 in the morning. We welcome everyone that is participating with us, as well as those licensees that will be listening to the meeting here in the future. This is going to be a pretty lengthy meeting. At least our agenda is posted online, and we want to make sure everyone has access to it, as well as the link to be able to listen in and participate during the meeting. Notice of this meeting was provided on the board's website on July the 16th. And we will start here with roll call shortly. This meeting is conducted telephonically. We have the attorney for the board also on with us, and she will read the statement of necessity in a minute. But to establish quorum, I will start by doing roll call vote. If everyone can make sure that their phones or computers are on mute at all times unless you are speaking to the board or the board members are making a motion. So with roll call, I will start with our chair, Tim Lingerfelt.
Present.
Thank you. Vice Chair Jackie Dillahay.
Present.
Jay Kaufman.
I'm here as well.
Thank you. And Kevin Martin. Mr. Martin, can you hear me?
Yes, present.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. We have all four board members, and in a minute, I will have the pleasure to introduce Mr. Martin. So we have quorum to proceed. I will go ahead and turn this over to Maria Bush for the statement of necessity, please.
Good morning, and thank you, Roxana. This is Maria Bush. I'm just going to read an excerpt that's required for statutory purposes. It's titled Statement of Necessity. This is a regularly scheduled meeting for the Tennessee Board of Examiners, Surveyors, which is taking place by electronic means, utilizing the WebEx teleconference application on Thursday, July 23rd, 2020. Notice of this meeting was posted to the board's website on July 16th, 2020. As there is not a physical quorum present, a statement of necessity is read into the record and filed with the Tennessee Secretary of State as required by statute. Pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated 8-44-108B2, if a physical quorum is not present at the location of a meeting of a governing body, in order for a quorum of members to participate by electronic or other means of communication, the governing body must make a determination that a necessity exists. That determination must include a recitation of the facts and circumstances on which it was based. Further, TCA 844-108A3 defines necessity as matters to be considered by the governing body at that meeting require timely action by the body, that physical presence by a quorum of the members is not practical within the period of time requiring action, and that participation by a quorum of the members by electronic or other means of communication is necessary. The purpose of this meeting with members attending by teleconference is to address regularly scheduled matters of the board, and we are utilizing the electronic means we have due to the COVID-19 pandemic. All voting will be conducted by roll call. Thank you, Roxana.
Thank you very much, Maria. Moving forward, I would like to go ahead and adopt the agenda. We have moved one item on the agenda to make best use of our individuals participating telephonically. The agenda is posted on the website is slightly going to be changed by moving the legal report after those appearing before the board. We have 3 individuals appearing before the board, so legal report will come right before the directors. Other than that, I would need a motion to adopt the agenda with that minor change, please.
So moved. I'll make the motion.
Thank you. I have a motion by Jay Kaufman, Jackie Dillahay. Second the motion by roll call vote. Tim Lingerfelt. Jackie.
Aye.
Jay. And Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. We have adopted the agenda, and I will take just a quick moment to introduce our new board member. Mr. Kevin Martin did his orientation yesterday. Welcome, Mr. Martin. We did do that one with video, so we could get a chance to quickly meet each other, and he's gone through his orientation. We welcome him on the board. He is our public member and is able to participate today. Mr. Martin, if you'd like to say a few words to your colleagues on the board and to those also participating telephonically, I will turn it over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me on the board. A little bit of my background. I'm a graduate from Tennessee Tech with a degree in chemical engineering, and did that for about 20 years. Well, actually, mostly in South Florida. My wife and I moved back up to Tennessee in 2017, and so now I flip houses. It's a big difference from chemical engineering, and so from time to time, we have exposure to surveyors, and so it's an important function in our community, and it's one that I'm glad that I can hopefully help out with. So that's a little bit about me. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. And we all welcome you. I know I can say that on behalf of our members. They will enjoy having you. We have someone that has just joined us on the meeting. If you can make sure, if you are joining us, to turn your video off so we can continue participating telephonically. Next, I would love to introduce Michael Schultz to you. He is your new executive director. I have had the pleasure of working with Michael now for, well, not quite 2 months. We are in the building every Tuesday going through items, and he's doing a superb job. I know you've all already had the opportunity to directly communicate with him. Michael, I'm going to mute myself and let you also speak to the board here before we take off.
Thanks, Roxana. Good morning, everybody. I have had the pleasure of, I believe, at least exchanging emails with all of the board members, and look forward to working with you moving forward. If I can be of service or assistance to you in the future, please don't hesitate to email or call me. And I want to thank Roxana especially for her leadership on this, and also being my mentor for the last almost 2 months and helping me get up to speed on all of these issues that are before you all. So thank you. Welcome, Mr. Martin, and let's go ahead and get started.
Thank you, sir. The only other item of business before we take off on our first piece will be that in order to expedite the meeting with voting, I believe since there's only 4 of you, I will be able to recognize your voices. But if you can, when you do a motion or second, just say who you are, just in case I miss the name. But in any case, I'm hoping that I won't, because there's 4 of us voting, or 4 members voting. It shouldn't take a whole lot. So I'm happy that we can move through all this. Regarding those appearing before the board, we are going to limit the appearing time, the conversation, your presentation, to 3 minutes. We do this during rulemaking hearings as well. Obviously, if the board members have questions, then we continue, but we want to be courteous and respectful of everybody's time, and we want to be able to get through all of the business at hand. So if you will keep those 3 minutes in mind, and either Maria or myself, if we are going on, may help you wrap it up, but just something to be aware of. So getting us back on the agenda, the first item that we need to approve would be the board meeting minutes from January. As the board is aware, the April meeting was canceled due to COVID-19, but also there was not enough board business at hand to tackle the WebEx meeting at that time. So we are happy to do that now. We need to go ahead and approve the January meetings. These documents were emailed to all of our board members, and so that you've been able to review them. If there are any changes, this would be a time to let me know if you had not done so through email. So the minutes is the first item that I need a motion for.
Hey, this is Jay. If there's no changes to the minutes, and it's published, move to approve.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie. We have a motion and a second to approve the January board meeting minutes, and we have received no changes with that. I will do roll call. Tim Lingerfelt.
Aye.
Jackie Delahaye.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is to approve using Robert's Rules of Law to conduct our board meeting meetings. The board has always approved these and followed these. Normally, our chair would be guiding most of this meeting, and because we're doing it telephonically, I'll be happy to do most of these steps. But once a year, the board votes to follow Robert's Rules of Law. If there are any questions, I will turn it over to any questions that are at hand, and Maria will be able to answer them. Otherwise, I would need a motion to conduct our business following Robert's Rules of Law.
This is Jackie. I make that motion.
Thank you, sir.
This is Jay, I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion by Jackie Dillahay, a second by Jay Kaufman. Roll call vote. Tim Lingerfelt. Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
And Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is our minor change. We are going to go ahead and do the appearing before the board. Board members, on the presentation that I emailed, or Michael emailed you about a week ago, on page 12, we start with an email communication. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mario Forte with TAPS. This is regarding virtual CE. We will call it synchronous education, distance learning, our new world, and let Mr. Forte, I will mute myself and let him explain his request to the board. We communicated some of this via email, so I do believe he's gotten some information from us, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. Mario, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Roxanne. Thank you very much to the board. My name is Mario Forte. I'm Vice President of our Tennessee Association of Professional Surveyors, and as such, I'm also conference chair. As most of our board members are aware, it does take a lot of planning to do a conference. It usually takes a little more than a year. And with everything being so fluid and up in the air with regard to continuing education, I have certain concerns representing our membership and representing continuing education that are required for maintaining our licensure that I would like to bring up to the board for guidance. What I'd like to do is read through my concerns just all at one block, and if anything is highlighted that the board thinks that they can address, I would love for them to do that. I'll start with, as members of our association were sent a survey about 2 weeks ago about asking what their concerns were with regard to COVID-19 of attending an in-person conference, or whether a conference could be a hybrid of an in-person and virtual, or a pure virtual conference. And we got some interesting results back, and I will be glad to share the results of that survey with the board. If the board so chooses, I would be glad to send that to you. But in summary, the results of the survey reflects kind of what's going on in society in America right now. There are members that will not attend an in-person meeting at all. They will not attend a conference. There are people that absolutely will not attend a virtual conference. They want an in-person meeting. So it's very up in the air, and it's very difficult to plan a conference and to plan continuing education when people either will or will not attend based on the type of presentation you're doing. So with that, I'm looking for guidance as to how the rulemaking process will be, whether there's any relaxing of the continuing education rules for our profession. And if so, how will they look? Will there be a formal rulemaking process made by the Department of Commerce and Education, or the Department of Commerce and Insurance, that affects our continuing education? So those questions are up in the air right now. I do understand that that virtual sessions are being treated like an in-person session as long as some questions are answered. So I would just like a little bit of clarification on that as to what type of questions we're looking for. But the questions that I have more specifically are, if for this year, 2020, for those members of our association or any surveyor that has not secured the required PDHs that they would normally get for this year, what recommendations do the board have for them to secure those requirements? I know that we have another year to get all our continuing education before the end of 2021. However, that's putting a lot of burden to try and get 30 hours in 1 year as opposed to maybe 15 hours that may be offered by an annual conference. For the 2021 conference, which we have scheduled for the first week in March, the issues that we have surrounding that is that we have money invested in potentially in the hotel for booking of room nights, the conference space. So if a conference is not going to happen, we have to deal with how that's going to look. But with the 2021 conference, if it is not to be in person, can the approved CER numbers that we apply for an in-person attendance, can that also be applied to a virtual conference if we have to switch that from an in-person to a virtual? So if we apply for a CER number for a session, let's say it's a 2-hour session and it's a 2-hour in-person session, if we have to switch that to virtual, do we have to go through the recertification process to get a new number for that, or can we use the existing number? My last question would be, that kind of is actually the entire question. Can one application be used for a in-person and virtual session during our pandemic? And this is not something that we want to specifically do going forward. It's just during these COVID times that this would be in question for. And at this point, I will I'll mute myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. And this is Roxanne again. So I think I can answer a good portion of your questions, or at least maybe that last one in the big piece regarding hybrid continuing education, synchronous education, this virtual world. And I understand that not everyone loves it, and the other way around. Some people really want the in-person, some people do not want the in-person. So I don't know that we're going to be able to find the perfect mix. Therefore, continuing to offer both worlds is probably okay, although in this next year those in-person sessions are going to probably suffer, but they're approved. No, you do not need a new number. So this is what we've had to roll with since March in every one of our professions, and we followed guidance by the governor and actual executive orders that have set those parameters, saying that we need to be flexible to not hold back people joining our industries, as well as keeping up with their industries, which would be the continuing education requirements. I don't believe any programs have moved forward to actually do rulemaking hearing or have to change rules based on this. We have added flexibility if someone is unable to take continuing education, especially early on in March. We had to be flexible. Specific to the land surveyor industry, this didn't impact us because, as you all know, you renewed by the end of December 2019 and should have had your CE. But if people came to us, we have been treating things on a case by case, especially if they had an illness in the family, if COVID-19 had directly impacted them. So back to your immediate question, you will not need a new number because, technically speaking, the in-person course, or if you are also using the hybrid model or synchronous and your in-person is actually being done virtually, where your participants can ask questions, where it is occurring at the same time, that is considered one and the same. So Mario, if your certificate ended up saying it was done through synchronous education, virtual education versus in-person, or you use both of those words, that would be fine because we have clear guidance that that is acceptable. As long as your technology is there, you can do that. It is not making a difference in any of our industries. So hopefully that answers your question. I don't know how we can answer the March setback on the hotel. I think every industry is being hit with that. You're not alone. The fact that flights have had to be canceled and you hope to use that credit at some point, or you've lost the money altogether, same thing with hotels. It's something that the business will have to take a look at and figure out how to do. You may do a hybrid model and have some people come in person and just do proper social distancing. So we are dealing with this for all of our industries, quite frankly. And before I turn it over to our chair or any other questions, the only other thing I want to add is that we do currently have a couple or a few courses that have, asked for permission and had presented everything to be approved for in-person. These are providers that have been with us for a long time. They are submitting their information that would meet the continuing education requirements. And later in our agenda, we will focus a little bit more on the discussion for continuing education and how to better approve these courses in a more expedited fashion. However, we would like to make sure that the board members understand or in agreement that those that are approved to do in person, if they can also offer that as a synchronous education, a occurring at the same time, a virtual platform, it is considered one and the same. It is not online through technology. It is not, so you have the authority absolutely to approve this, and most industries did that in March or April. It was a given. So with that clarification, our board or our office would continue to treat these courses, if they're hybrid or strictly synchronous, as one and the same as in person, and continue that path. So Mr. Lingerfeld, I'll turn it over to you to see if I've missed anything in response to Mario's questions. I believe he's at a good place. We just can't make it all right necessarily. And of course, back to the one piece, which is our licensees have until the end of 2021 to complete their CE. Yes, it is a lot of credit hours to leave to the last minute, but those specially concerned with their health who do not want to do the hybrid models or do not want to do this virtual world may have no choice but to wait until the end, unless the board sees fit to do rulemaking to reduce continuing education hours. That has yet to be discussed in any program that I'm aware of. Mr. Lingerfeld?
Well, I hope I don't repeat something that you said, Ms. Roxana, but I would maybe say it a little bit differently, and you said it very eloquently. My concern with virtual continuing education, and I've done some research in some other states that have actually had this on board for a while, is the fact that I think that for any virtual continuing education, it needs to have some outcome type measure, which basically places it asimilar. And I think this is the direction you were going, asimilar to a correspondence type course, where there's some level of interaction, even if it's as simple as some type of exam per se that has to be taken after the course has been administered. My concern is, and in speaking with other states, my concern is that we don't want a situation to where if I'm going to do a virtual meeting and say it's a 4-hour course, that I can sign on, they see me on the screen just like we see everyone right now, and I remain on that screen, but I go do whatever. And then I come back at the appointed time when the course is to be over and I check out. And that's the extent of it. So I really did not get the benefit of what I actually signed up for yet, other than getting the certificate. So that's my concern, and I think that's been a founded concern in other states, and that's the reason why that they have went to outcome measure. I know Indiana in particular does that, and there's some other states that do it as well. But that's my comment.
Thank you, sir. Absolutely. And I'll make sure that our other members are able to ask questions if they have. And there would be nothing holding us back from asking those providers that are offering this hybrid model of some sort or strict virtual to have some type of outcome at the end. The only point that I will make, having attended not only the TAPS meetings, but many continuing education sessions in the different industries, in person, you've got individuals who stay on their phone during the entire session, or leave a couple times to use the restroom, or are in the back, possibly even dozing off. So I don't know that there's a huge difference. It would be easier to turn on the computer and then walk away for the 4 hours. Obviously, no one would necessarily notice, and unless you use technology to every 15 minutes need you to be on, and that is out there. But in person, those people that don't want to take advantage and actually learn from the session they paid to attend or need to attend to keep up with their professional courses, they do that as well, right? So I think that's the only piece I wanted to add. Board members, if you've got any other questions, I will turn it over to you before we move forward.
Hey, Roxana, this is Jay. Yeah, I tend to agree with Mr. Lingerfeld, the chairman there, on his thoughts about how the virtual seminars can be administered and somewhat, in a sense, verified that the participant did actively involve himself in the seminar, whether that's through the means of technology or like you suggested, a check-in every 15 minutes or something like that. But I do think there needs to be some sense of or some ability to verify their participation in the seminar that's provided. Jumping over on the first question that Mario had asked about securing the hours for 2020, I personally, I'm not inclined to change the rules as they exist right now as far as those hours go for 2020. I think there's plenty of opportunities to gain those hours online, similar to what we're speaking of here. Both the fact that there's a need for it, obviously, and that the vendors are providing those opportunities online. So at this moment, I'm really not inclined to change or even consider changing the hours that are required for this renewal period. And a lot of that is based on the hopeful. I think we're all hopeful that this virus thing will work its way through and we'll be back to business as usual, whatever that might be, for a solid year of 2021 that would allow the opportunity perhaps to gain those hours back. So hopefully I've addressed, me personally, I hope I've addressed both those questions that Mario has asked.
Thank you, Jay. I think you did, and you added a good piece, obviously also agreeing with Tim. So if the ability to verify is something that we highly encourage our providers to do, that would be hopefully not something that we need to micromanage in the office, but a request as courses are approved for in-person and or using a virtual method that makes it synchronous, occurring at the same time. Your participants can ask questions, and therefore then this provider that is asking for course credit for CE would be able to let us know what they're using. But back to the fact that in an in-person session, we don't keep people from leaving the room periodically. Hopefully we can catch them easier, but there's definitely the technology out there. So I think we're on the same page, and I appreciate, Jay, you touching on the rules piece. At this time, unless there's a real need, I don't envision us doing rulemaking hearing to reduce those 30 hours because they're not needed every year. They're simply needed within that end of the renewal cycle. So like you, Jay, I think all of us are hopeful and have faith that this will turn around. We may have a new normal, but we will not be in a terrible situation. And we do have a lot of online options. So if there's any other questions from our either legal counsel, Maria, anything I've missed, Michael, anything that you think we haven't covered, I think we have clear guidance on how to treat these courses, and hopefully we can reevaluate this at each meeting as new things come up. So this will always be an open piece of conversation. But for now, Mario, hopefully we've answered your questions. And unless there's anything else, I will give everyone here a second. We would move on to our next person appearing before the board.
Roxanne, this is Jackie. I just want to say that I'm in agreement with Jay and Tim in regards to the continuing education virtually. That there needs to be some way to monitor it, and that just has to be figured out.
Thank you, Jackie. I think as we approve the in-person courses, we are going to add, and Michael will work on that and possibly send the board members a note of what it is we're sending the providers that are being approved an in-person course. We will put together some type of additional statement that says in-person and synchronous are both considered the same. However, if you're offering the synchronous, the board expects there to be some monitoring, whether it is an exam at the end of the period, whether it's a checks and balances every 15, maybe every 30 minutes, depending on how long the full course is. We'll add a statement like that and put the proof of the burden of proof on the provider. If that's good with the board, we'll make sure that that language is meets your expectations as we move forward with this. Thank you very much. So we will proceed with, and Mario, I appreciate this. We'll be obviously always in touch with you and let you know how that will look as far as the statement, but so you can move forward with your decisions for 2021. I know that's soon here in our near future. Next on our agenda, also appearing before the board and participating through the WebEx, is Mr. David Boblet. This is a comedy applicant. Information on Mr. Boblet was also sent to the board via our electronic means, and I will mute myself shortly. I will make sure that Mr. Boblet is able to unmute himself, and I'll give him a minute. Again, we've got 3 minutes for anything that you need, Mr. Boblet, to address the board. They have your recent plats and of course the documents that you saw, we've provided them. So thank you, sir, for being available for us and your interest in the license. We appreciate your time. I will mute myself and let you speak to the board members and then turn it over to them.
Good morning. I guess a little unprepared. I received this 8 days ago and my agenda was already full, so I'm kind of skipping a few things to join you today. I thank you for your time to do so. I read over your comments and have not had a chance to amend the plat that I submitted. That plat went through final approval actually Tuesday of this week. There was some additions between what I submitted to you and what I went through for final approval. Of course, that was a Kentucky plat. I have not done any surveying in Tennessee at this point. Eagerly looking forward to that. I don't see any problems with resubmitting that plat with the questions that were submitted to me, and looking forward to your comments.
Thank you, sir. And this is Roxanne again, and I do want to thank you for being with us, especially on short notice and during these situations. I really appreciate that. Mr. Lingerfeld, Chairman Lingerfeld, I'll turn it over to you for any questions that you have. It sounds like Mr. Boblet will be able to update us on plats, and maybe that's all you're waiting on. So I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Mr. Boblet, the only comment I would have, I heard in your presentation, you were speaking singularly of a plat. Our application requires 2 plats and 2 legal descriptions.
Yes. I had checked with, let me see, I forget who I responded to, but I had submitted, I think, 3 other plats earlier on, but of course they're the Indiana standards, and they'd asked for another plat, and that's when I submitted the Kentucky plat that we just finalized and was accepted there. The other 2 are more in depth in the legal descriptions and that type of thing. Probably does not have the line weights and that type of thing that you'd be looking for in Tennessee. So I don't know if those are available to you still, or but I'm more than willing to do a secondary plat. More of a boundary survey was one request that I received from Mr. Lambert.
May I ask who Mr. Lambert is?
Tim, I'm sorry, I can't read his writing very well, but it's Tim. He's on the board there.
It's probably who you're talking to, Lingerfeld.
Okay, sorry. I apologize. I have this stuff in front of me and I was kind of thumbing through it, and I shouldn't have went from memory.
Well, let me simply say this, and Mr. Kaufman can speak better to this than I can, but basically what we want to see is a work product, no matter what state it's in, that conforms with the minimum standards of the state of Tennessee. And you can so state that on the plat. We understand that you've not surveyed in Tennessee. That's why you're applying for license. So
sure.
We want to see if you have basically read the standards of practice and that you can adhere to them when you produce a product with your application. That's ultimately what we're looking for.
Right. Yeah.
And I do not know why, but as we receive applications from our staff, whatever your last submittal is, that's what they send us. So,
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I see. I need
so
to
we
resubmit everything each time.
we don't necessarily have the ability, because these are secure board documents at this point.
Uh-huh.
And I basically, once I review something, I basically delete it so that it's not, in my computer for anybody to see or anything of that nature, because, your
Okay.
application is no one's business but just the board.
Uh-huh.
So I delete that. So whatever I receive from the young lady that sends them to me the next time on a resubmission is what I have to base my assertion on.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Boblet, this is Jay Kaufman.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, let me chime in here real quick. I'm not going to keep you long. I know you're busy. First of all, thank you for participating in our meeting today. It always shows me a little more earnest and certainly gives me a positive feel for the applicant and their desire to get licensed in Tennessee if they show up personally or virtually as we are today. So thank you for that. Just real quick, what I'm looking for on your next submittal is this. And number one, keep it very simple. Okay, I'm not looking to see that you're the most artistic surveyor, that you can handle the most complicated boundaries. That is not at all what I'm looking for. But just like Tim Lingerfeld said there a minute ago, what I'm looking for is just the plat that you can graphically represent the survey that you performed based on the Tennessee standards. And just go over the standards of practice, every single item of the entire rule list. And that's not just, a certain section, that's the entire thing that includes the written description. But if I can just emphasize one point is to keep it simple, okay? Whether you submit an ALTA or a boundary or a topographic survey, keep it simple. We do provide on the board's website an example plat that we suggest that you just look it over and see the level of simplicity really that we're looking for, that you follow the guidelines and the standards that are published. That's all. That's all I'm looking for. And on your next submittal, I do want to emphasize that I am looking for 2 plats of separate properties that you've performed personally to some aspect of it, that are made, drafted, and presented to the Tennessee standards. And of course, and I'm looking for a stamp and a signature and everything, and the certification that's required by Tennessee. And then also, of course, you'll put a note on there that says, this survey is only for intended purposes of the board's review only, or whatever it is you feel you need to put on there.
Yeah.
But that's what we're looking for. Just if I could emphasize one thing, and this is not just you, but all future applicants as well, keep it simple. Keep it simple. Follow the guidelines that are published. Go through the checklist. And if you present it right, I have no issues at all with approving your application. I've seen your application 2 or 3 times now. You're there. You're there.
Yeah.
Just give me a simple 2 plats, and we'll move you on, and we hope we'll see you licensed in Tennessee soon.
Yeah. I believe I met you at the convention.
May have.
Yeah. So, yeah. I took the course, for applicants. But
okay, absolutely. Good.
So, yeah, and then the other thing that you requested was to add in the survey data, basically, for regarding GPS and that kind of thing. So
again, you look in the standards. I think it's the last standard of that section of the rules. You'll see item for item exactly what we're looking for. And if I don't see every item there, then you didn't include it, and it's going to come back at you.
Very good. Yep. So I actually have that printout from our collector with all the data information in there. So.
No, I think, Mr. Bobbitt, I think you're misunderstanding. When you do GPS work in Tennessee, it's what we call a Category 4 survey, or whatever portion that work is. And there is a section in the standards that tells you the data that we're looking for. We're looking for, the kind of equipment you use, the geoid, etc. That's
Right.
what we're looking for. We're not looking for your raw data from your data collector, or we're not looking for a series of coordinates or an opus report. That's not what we're looking for. It's
Yeah.
in the standards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was looking at it as was it 820-3-11, and yeah, our collectors, the Trimble, has all that data for each job that you can print out for that job. So geoid model 12B and all that kind of thing. So
I would refer you to 0820-03-.07, paragraph 5, and what actually paragraph 4 is actually the right one, paragraph 4 and 5. So that would be the section that you would need to look at along with the regular standards of practice where it addresses category 4 surveying.
okay. Yep. Very good.
Again, as Jay said, Mr. Bobby, thank you very much for your time. It does show a lot of interest and care in the profession, and we certainly do appreciate that, and we look forward to getting your revised application.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is Roxana. I too thank you for your time and board members for your guidance so he can proceed with the application. I appreciate that. If there are no other questions regarding this particular applicant, Mr. David Boblet, I will make sure, ask all of you again to mute us. We will move forward. Our next appearing before the board is Mr. James E. Campbell II. Board members have received information provided by Maria Bush, legal counsel, regarding the request to reinstate. And so I am going to go ahead and turn any questions that you have over to Maria. And then I know that Mr. Campbell is on the call with us. So Maria, let you guide this. I believe then we can do the same thing as give Mr. Campbell at least 3 minutes, let the board members ask any questions that they have.
Great. Thank you so much, Roxana. Good morning, everyone. So I just wanted to go over, I provided the board members with Fresh Start Act memorandum and also Mr. Campbell's convictions. A little background, Mr. James Campbell was first issued a license to practice land surveying in October of 1993. Due to criminal convictions, his license was revoked on October 4th, 2016. The convictions reference are 2 felonies for criminal attempt to commit passing a forged right of an apparent value of $250,000 or more, and criminal attempt to commit criminal conspiracy to commit theft of a value of $250,000 or more. So today, Mr. Campbell is here, and I just want to note for the record that Mr. Campbell has had, I've counted 15 different letters of support and reference supporting his reinstatement, and that is his request before the board today, is that the board would grant reinstatement of his license. He also has 2 individuals that I think would vouch on his behalf, and so I'm happy to answer any questions that the board members may have about Mr. Campbell's conviction or how that relates to our process. And I'll just let you guys know that after hearing Mr. Campbell and having the opportunity to question him, if the board decides to deny the request, then we will have to go through the Fresh Start Act analysis on the record. And those are the factors that I sent out. In the event that the board decides that it would like to proceed in granting Mr. Campbell's request to reinstate, then we do not need to do those factors on the record. So I'm happy to answer any questions before we get started. If not, then I would allow Mr. Campbell his 3 minutes to speak and give just a summary of why he is here today. And then the board can ask questions as they see fit, and then we will move on to having those 2 individuals supporting his reinstatement on the record.
Ms. Bush, this is Jake Hoffman. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
In review of the material that was provided to us, and I could ask Mr. Campbell the question, but I don't want to take from his time, so I think you may be able to answer the question here. In review of the material that was provided to us from the Circuit Court of Grundy County, I heard you state that he had 2 convictions But in review of the paperwork, I saw 3 statements where the verdict came across as guilty. Am I missing something there, or is there 3, or is it actually only 2? Can you help me with that?
Let me review that 1 minute.
I'm sure Mr. Campbell could answer it for me. Again, I just don't want to take away from his time.
Absolutely. There is a 3rd, attempted conspiracy to commit theft.
Okay, so that is a separate independent charge that he was found guilty. Was that also a felony Class B as well? Do you know?
From the way I viewed it, and it's difficult because there's no schedule for the felonies. You kind of have to, because these are attempt and conspiracy, you kind of have to really look at them closely. My analysis is that there are 2 Class B felonies and 1 Class D felony.
Maria,
Hello?
this is Roxana. Yes. Are we okay letting Mr. Campbell go ahead and speak, or were you looking at something
Yes.
else?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. There are 3 charges. 2 are Class B felonies, 1's a Class C felony under my analysis. And yeah, I'm ready for Mr. Campbell. I'm sorry. I was waiting for any more questions on that, but I am ready for Mr. Campbell to speak if the board members are.
Excuse me, Ms. Maria, did you say the 3rd was a Class C as in cat?
Yes.
There you go.
Maria, we're not able to hear you well, and I do have one other person that has turned on video. If you can make sure, if you just joined us, to turn off your video, and Maria, I'll let you go ahead and guide us, but for a minute we couldn't hear you. Are you still there?
Oh, I'm sorry, Roxana. Can you hear me clearly now?
Perfect. We can
Okay,
now,
great.
so I'll let you turn it over. Yes.
Yes, so there were 3 convictions in total. 2 are Class B felony and 1's Class C felony. And I'm ready for Mr. Campbell to speak unless there are further questions.
Hello, I'm James Campbell, of course, and I'm respectfully requesting that I be given a path for reinstatement as a Tennessee land surveyor, which I've spent a lifetime, an adult lifetime, being very proud to be. I have provided Ms. Bush with a written address of the 6 factors for the Fresh Start Act. If you would like me to go through those now, I can, or I am happy to field any questions that you may have. I'd like to note that I was alleged to have committed the act of forgery, and I was found not guilty of that. I was accused of passing a forged writing and found not guilty of that. Accused of possession of a forged writing and found not guilty of that. And accused of criminal conspiracy to commit theft, and once again I was found not guilty of that. There is a lot to this story, and I've shared a lot of it with Ms. Bush, and I'll be happy to field any questions that you have. And I have my current employer, my previous employer, Mr. Joey Wilson here, who is a land surveyor and a PE, as well as Mr. John Childers, who's also a PE land surveyor, and they'd like to say a few things. Thank you very much.
Good morning. This is Joey Wilson with Wilson and Associates. I'm a licensed land surveyor for 20 years now and a PE for 18 years. Graduate of Tennessee Tech in Cookeville. Met Eddie Campbell about 7 or 8 years ago in continuing education courses in Monteagle. And sometime around the 14, 15-year time frame, we discussed potentially working together. He came to work for us sometime in, I think, January, somewhere around 2016. At that point, he was heading up kind of our LiDAR drone units and doing field work throughout the southeast, throughout Tennessee and the southeast. And these unfortunate circumstances came about in July of 17, I forget, somewhere. But anyways, it culminated in October of 18. And, you know, Eddie was quite distraught. In my interpretation, reading the documents, it boils down in simplistic terms to the contestation of a will that was found at his father's safe at the time of his father's passing. That was contested by his father's girlfriend. There's all kinds of continuing circumstances around, you know, the originality of the will. But basically, from my dealings with Eddie through this whole process, from the time he was convicted to when he was incarcerated through the many hearings out to his now reemployment with our company in February of this year, if it truly was an attempt by him to fabricate a will, I think he would be more at odds with his family than the girlfriend. But the will's still contested, in my opinion, or my understanding, and it was still being, you know, fought in court. Eddie was convicted of documents, which I'm no legal expert. It doesn't make sense to me. But anyways, we've stood by Eddie through this whole process. His integrity as a professional and an individual has been above board. He's a trusted advisor in this company for boundary resolutions and any type of boundary work that we do, any type of roadway work. We do a multitude of things here. And so he's a trusted opinion and, you know, helpful advisor to me when we get in some sticky situations that really need some good clarity and legal definition. So I was more than happy to hire Eddie back. He's been you know, he was a workhorse when he was here. He's a workhorse now. We probably handle 1 to 2 large altas a week, probably 3 to 4 company wide, but he's usually on 1 to 2 a week, anywhere from 30 acres to 500 acres. And so, you know, we saw fit to hire him back as soon as we could. He's been back here working diligently, trying to get his life put back into order and get these charges reversed and get the record corrected and get his life back in order. I'll relinquish to John Childers.
I'm John Childers, professional engineer, land surveyor in Tennessee, Tennessee Tech graduate. I've known Eddie Campbell for the last 30 years professionally. He was my employer for about 4 of those years. And he was my supervisor for some time there. And also we've been colleagues for the last 25 or so years as business owners in land surveying. I've known him as having a high degree of professional integrity. He has a thorough and accurate and deep understanding of surveying, which includes GPS technology, UAV technology. He, to me, would be the perfect mentor for any up and coming professional land surveyor. He holds a high degree of knowledgeable surveying. He can help me throughout my career by giving me the opportunity to pursue my education while even working with him. And I would appreciate it if you would, and I highly recommend that his license be reinstated. Thank you very much.
This is Jay Kaufman. I have a question for Mr. Wilson there.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wilson, no doubt that anyone that's surveyed in Tennessee is familiar with your company, certainly great reputation, certainly great exposure, and does outstanding work, no doubt. Just curious, how many professional surveyors do you have on staff in total?
7 or 8. I haven't done a count lately.
Okay.
I believe 7.
Does Mr. Campbell's lack of current licensure keep you from producing work that's required by a licensed surveyor at the moment?
No, sir. No, sir. We have several offices.
Did I understand his current role is in aerial mapping and LiDAR, et cetera?
No, sir. His current role is in deed research. He does basically the preliminary deed research, puts together the search plot plans, and then does the final production and final oversight of the ALTA surveys.
Excellent. Okay. It does say a lot to me, Mr. Wilson, that knowing the past here of Mr. Campbell, that you decided to hire him back and keep him gainfully employed. That certainly speaks volumes to me. And Mr. Childers, obviously, your word there is certainly well received as well.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you for the kind words. Throughout this process, I'd say even with the strain that Eddie went through, knowing he's getting ready to be incarcerated, he finished everything that we were under an immense amount of pressure to get completed up until the weekend before he had to go to prison. And so, I don't know if I would be that committed to my job and my profession, but he made sure we were well taken care of right before he had to go commit his unforeseen, potentially 12 years to prison. Luckily, it turned out to be a little over 2. But Eddie's ability I hold in high regard, and having somebody, we're broken up in multiple offices. And so we have the Johnson City office, the Cookville office, and RLS is scattered throughout those offices. Unfortunately, the office here in Franklin, I need another registered land surveyor. I'm the sole registered land surveyor in this office at the time. We have a few more that are LSITs, but I do need some additional help here in this office. And so Eddie's abilities did not get diminished with this alleged crime. His capabilities and intelligence are still there.
This is Jay Kaufman again, real quick. I think that was Mr. Wilson speaking there. You alluded to a couple of details of Mr. Campbell's past there with his convictions. I was not aware of prison time or the full extent of the sentence that was handed down, the verdicts. I'm only provided what I'm provided here. So I certainly want to give Mr. Campbell the opportunity here. I know we said 3 minutes, but I certainly want to give him ample time to explain the situation without dragging this on for too long. But Mr. Campbell, is there something you'd like to address with us?
Well, there's one thing that came to mind while you were asking Joey. All of my life as an adult, since I became registered, I've been able to call other surveyors and say, this is Eddie Campbell. My friends call me Eddie. This is Eddie Campbell, the surveyor. And that gives a man a lot of confidence when he's asking another professional for help on figuring out a boundary or copy of a map or something like that. And not having that is a huge hindrance to what I do for Joey. I hope that you can maybe relate to that. Having had that for all those years and now not have that it's a very bad situation for me in my working life. And I'm working through it the best I can. I've always done my best. I can go into any degree of difficulty that you would like to go into about what actually happened. There's a lot to this story, and as Joey said, I am working, and I fully expect to have these convictions overturned sometime in the future. I have attorneys who have told me that it's their opinion that there is probably inadequate statutory grounds for the convictions. So I feel confident that I'm going to be able to turn this around. But in the interim, I do need to try to get back to work at the greatest possible capacity.
Right. Mr. Campbell, this is Jay Kaufman again, real quick. If I could ask you a question.
All right.
You were real quick out the gate to tell us the charges that you were found not guilty of. Mm-hmm. But one thing that you did not explain to us was, if I understand here, the 3 convictions. Could you briefly detail out the 3 convictions that were levied against you, and what the sentences were that were levied against you? Because I'm not familiar with the sentences.
Okay. The charge was having been found not guilty of forgery and attempted forgery. I was found guilty of attempting to pass a forged document, attempting to possess a forged writing, and attempted conspiracy to commit theft. And I was originally sentenced to 11 years.
11 years of, I think I saw in here probation. Is that right? Latest date of release, probation, parole. Is that what you were sentenced to?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
I served approximately 27 months.
I'm sorry?
I served approximately 27 months.
In prison, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is it your understanding as well as Ms. Bush stated that there were 2 Class B felonies and 1 was a Class C felony? Is that correct?
That has been my understanding all along. Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. And then what is your current status right now? Obviously, you're not still in prison, obviously, but what is your current status? Is there a probationary term? Has it been suspended? What is your current status?
I am presently on parole.
On parole, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from the board members there for Mr. Campbell? Or Mr. Campbell, anything else you want to further expand on?
No, I stand ready to go into any degree of difficulty, and I encourage you to go over. I was expecting more than this amount of time, and I just emailed something a few minutes ago to Ms. Bush, but if you would indulge me, I'll be glad to read through this in its entirety. I don't think it would take very long.
This is Maria Bush. I just want to interject real quick. Mr. Campbell was provided with the statutory factors that the board members would consider in evaluating whether or not to deny licensure. So, Mr. Campbell, that's something that the board takes into consideration and must decide. It's not something that the person requesting licensure would analyze. And those factors don't need to be considered unless the board votes for denial. So at this time, I don't think reading that into the record is necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Campbell, this is Jay Kaufman again. I'm sorry to keep expanding on this. Could you tell me the length of time it's been since the crime was committed, the crimes that you were convicted of?
Yes, the alleged crime would have taken place in 2012. The indictment was in 2013. The conviction was in 2016.
Conviction was in 2016. Okay, so about 4 years ago. Is that approximately right?
Yes.
Okay.
It was July 1st. The July 1st of 2016.
Okay, so that was 4 years ago, and refresh me again. Was that an 11-year? Was the sentence that came down to 11 years? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're 4 years into the 11 with 7 remaining. Is that right?
That I suppose that's approximately correct. I don't know the exact number. That's
okay, yeah, round numbers. Is there been any? I mean, since the conviction has come through, has there been any? On your part, self-initiated, any kind of rehabilitation or treatment or education or any aspect like that you've taken upon yourself to better yourself?
Well, with this COVID, it has prevented me from doing something that I really enjoyed doing. Let me just say, I paid a tremendous price by spending 27 months in prison, arguably the worst prison in the state and one of the worst in the United States, Trousdale. During that time, I made the very best of an otherwise terrible situation by working as an adult basic education tutor. I succeeded at helping dozens of men ranging in age from early 20s to late 60s to acquire their GED. I have always been proud to be a good surveyor, but I'm also proud that I was able to help those men with their accomplishments, and I have a full intention of offering to be a tutor for GED candidates once this COVID thing releases and they start meeting again. So that's
okay. So obviously you're quite active while you're during the incarceration. Is that what you're saying?
I did that then, and I aspire to do that as a service to my community going forward. I just haven't really had the opportunity because of the pandemic.
You just offhand, I mean, I don't know that I've met you personally. I'm certainly familiar with your name in that in the continuing education courses that you speak of, but I don't know that I've had the pleasure of meeting you personally. Perhaps we have. I just don't recall. But your name is certainly familiar over here on the west part of the state as well. But and certainly highly regarded. I've never heard a negative thing about you or the seminars that you've produced, obviously. But that as a professional, I think we all as professionals can understand, surveyors, engineers alike, that our finished product, when it's produced, the last thing we do is we affix our stamp, and lastly, we affix our signature, attesting to the quality and the integrity that stands behind that stamp for what it does stand for. And I don't take that lightly personally when I sign a survey or when I see a survey that's signed by others. Can you assure me, based on the charges that were levied against you, all, I think it was 11, of which 3 you were convicted with, can you assure me or convince me that based on the past here dealing with the charges of forgery or passing a forged document or exactly what those charges were, that your signature as a professional surveyor still holds the weight that it should and certainly did prior to the conviction, as it will in the future, should you get licensed again?
Yes, my word and my signature is my bond and has always been my bond. And I could have, there were plea offers made that I could have abbreviated a lot of this and gone to work somewhere else. But there was no crime committed, and I maintained my innocence adamantly. And I'll fight the rest of my life to get my reputation that I've worked so hard for my entire life back. But yes, I agree with you completely, and I've never been one to blindly certify plats for a project that I wasn't totally familiar with and engaged with. I'm not that. A matter of fact, several years ago, I came to the board in Nashville and spoke to that very subject of how important it was, and it remains that important to me. I'm passionate about being a land surveyor. It's the proudest label that I have ever carried.
I think we all can share that feeling as well towards our professional licensure. My concern is really, I take the position that I hold, and I think the other board members do as well, that we are entrusted by the public to garner licensure for those that are certainly reputable and trustworthy, and that's exemplified by the stamp and the signature. I hold that responsibility toward the citizens of Tennessee that these licensed surveyors can be held to that high expectation of trustworthiness, of loyalty, of the utmost professionalism that's exemplified by that stamp and signature. Can you convince me how I can feel better in allowing licensure to yourself again to the public? Can you convince me of that?
I hope so. Let me give this. For many, many years, I was in business for myself. But even when I've been employed by others, I have on every plat that I put out under the name Cumberland Land Surveying or J.E. Campbell and Associates, my two companies that I've had during my lifetime, every one of those plats bore the same thing in the title block: accuracy, integrity, knowledge, and service. And I have adhered to those principles my entire career, and I adhere to those today, even though I'm not licensed. And I will continue to adhere to those regardless of the outcome of this hearing.
Mr. Campbell?
Yes.
This is Chairman Lingerfeld.
Yes, sir.
I've been here listening, and Mr. Kaufman has done an outstanding job of asking questions and getting points. As Mr. Kaufman said, we seem to have learned things that were not in our report, which I have no issue with that. But I find it quite unique in your defense when you spoke early that you spoke only on charges that were basically dismissed, not on charges that were found. And, I'm a big rules guy. And it's obvious based on what our legal department has provided us that something happened, and apparently you were tried in a court of competent jurisdiction for whatever it was that happened, and they found you guilty for whatever reason. I'm not questioning whether you are guilty or you are innocent. I'm simply saying what the documents before me show. These documents say that you were found guilty of 3 charges, and there was a sentence. Our documents did not divulge to us a lot of things that have been divulged in the conversation primarily by others, and that's not a concern. My concern when I read this information provided by Ms. Bush, and I read it 5 times before I came to any kind of questions in my mind. But my primary concern is greatly over one word that's involved in all of this paperwork, and that word is conspiracy. And I'm not a very smart person, but I looked it up. I had Ms. Bush send me what the Tennessee State Code Annotated says about conspiracy. And one individual cannot conspire. It has to be more than one individual. And that within itself greatly concerns me in this entire matter. I've listened to all the things that's been said to this point, and I have not heard a single statement from anyone that gives me rest or pause relative to the word conspiracy. Now, if you'd like to speak to that, I'll be more than willing to listen to whatever it is you have to say about it. But I am greatly concerned about that.
Okay. Well, one of the things that I did in going over this with Miss Bush, I guess our first or second conversation was the fact that I wanted to make sure that it was the lesser charge of attempted conspiracy. And there's a lot goes into the reason behind that. But I was tried alone, and my alleged co-conspirators were tried separately. But the fact that it was that sort of case appears on the face of one of the documents that I provided her with when they were severing me away from the other alleged co-conspirators, who were as innocent in this as anything in the world. They simply witnessed, unluckily enough to witness my father's will. There were people, they were fine people, friends of the family, friends of ours that had been employed by the Campbell family for, essentially their entire adult life. And they're the true victims in this. But yes, there was alleged conspiracy, but I did highlight the fact that I was found not guilty. I wanted to know that I wasn't accused of passing a forged writing. I was accused of forgery, and the state did not propose a theory other than that I forged the writing. And they hired an expert who came and testified. But my attorneys were able to get a handwriting supervisor expert from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to come to Altamont, Tennessee. I'm sorry, the phone got out of sorts there. To Altamont, Tennessee, and testify on my behalf that it was not a forgery, and thus the jury could not convict me of a forgery, and the jury decided they could not. And that I want to highlight that point. And like I said, there's a lot to this story. I would love to go into as much detail as you want about what has really gone on. But this was a politically motivated prosecution.
Well, thank you for that. However, I have to go by what the legal report says. And I have a document from the jury here that says that you, James E. Campbell II, was guilty of criminal attempt to commit criminal conspiracy to commit theft of a value of $250,000 or more. That's what it says in the court documents, and that's what I have to read.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
totally understand that.
Maria?
Do any of the other members have anything?
Yeah, this is Jackie. I'd like for Maria maybe to explain the Fresh Start Act just a little bit.
Absolutely. So the Fresh Start Act was enacted by the Tennessee legislature, and basically it allows those who have criminal convictions to, when they're applying for licensure, it allows them to present those convictions and then have the board decide whether or not that conviction directly relates to the profession. And so it's basically just a way for people to get back to work and allow more latitude for boards to give individuals their licenses back. However, it also provides a framework in that it guides, it gives factors for the board in the event that they do deny licensure to prove and explain why they denied. I don't know if that completely answers your question, but I'm happy to answer any more.
No, thank you. That's fine.
This is Jay. It sounds like just from that pause there that I don't hear any further questions from members of the board here. With that being said, I'll just go ahead and state my stance on it, and then let the other board members do it as well if Ms. Bush is ready for that.
That sounds great. Thank you, Jay.
Okay. Yeah, great. Thank you. Mr. Campbell, obviously your reputation is held quite high among the professionals in the state of Tennessee, well known. Mr. Wilson, Mr. Childers, I certainly appreciate your time here today in support of not only an employee, but obviously a good friend and loyal servant to all that have been in the profession. And certainly, Mr. Campbell, there certainly was quite a concerted effort about pouring of support in the emails and letters and correspondences that I was able to review, certainly in support of trying to grant your reinstatement of licensure. All that being said, I do have some issues here, unfortunately. I'm a staunch supporter of surveyors in Tennessee, obviously. I want more qualified, professional, reliable, trustworthy surveyors in the state of Tennessee. Every application that comes across my desk, I do what I can to try and get them approved for testing and to get more professionals out there. You're not going to find anyone on the board, I don't think, more in favor of that than myself. Certainly want the workforce supported, and the state of Tennessee obviously needs professionals in support of them and their activities. All that being said, being very positive and being very supportive, I do have issues here. The fact is that there were 3 convictions here. I know, obviously, you've told me, and I can read in between the lines here of the information provided to me, that there's more to the story. I don't doubt it. I think everyone that's had the displeasure of having to go through something similar to like what you've done here certainly always says that there's more to the story, and I don't doubt you. I'm sure that there is, but I'm not privy to that information, nor are we able to listen to the story here today. My issue really is the trustworthiness behind what the stamp and the signature represents. I put it right there on par with a handshake and looking a man in the eye and giving him his word, which I heard true and good myself and everything. We have 2 Class B felonies of which you've been convicted of. I understand there's more to the story there. I understand it sounds like from what you said there that the case isn't finished. You may go on and appeal it and take it further. I understand that, and I would encourage you to do so if you're so inclined. And also a Class C felony. I have trouble. I enjoy sleeping well at night, and with my decisions that I'm entrusted with, many of which are from this board and the privileges that it allows me to make decisions like this. I hold my decisions personal. I want to sleep well at night knowing that what I've done is the best decision based on the material that's been presented from me, or to me, I should say. And I don't have that level of comfort at this point to recommend reinstatement. With that being said, however, I do see a future for you here and certainly you're on the right path to getting it reinstated. One of the issues that causes me problem is that since the conviction of an 11-year sentence, it has only been 4 years. And I understand that you were quite active in a positive way during your incarceration with the other members that were there with you and serving them in a positive role. But the nature of the crime here, crimes, I should say, that resulted in conviction is very disturbing to me personally as a professional. And I find it uncomfortable to entrust that with the public at this time. I do see that you're on the right path. I do see that you're doing the right thing. I do see that you have lots of people, credible people, outstanding professionals in different fields in support of you. I'm not making judgment on you as a person in any way, shape, or form. But at this time, based on what I've seen, I'm not comfortable with recommending a reinstatement. And with that, I'll let the other members speak their part.
This is Jackie. I have a question for Mr. Campbell. Your sentence, I mean, obviously you're out of prison now. Was it? What was the reason for you being released early?
I was granted parole.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this is Jackie. I sat here, listened to Mr. Campbell's testimony. I've listened to that of his fellow workers. I've read through all the recommendations that were provided to us, taking in consideration the work that he done while he was in prison, and I'm listening to Jay's issues, and I have some of those concerns also, but I feel a little differently in that I'm not opposed to reinstating Mr. Campbell's license at this time.
Okay. Before I speak, I would like to ask our new member, Mr. Martin, if he is going to assume the pleasure of speaking to this issue.
First off, I just want to make sure you guys can hear me.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
I know that being a professional engineer, which I'm not, it's not uncommon in the chemical engineering industry, but it's also not uncommon to not be a PE. He worked for plants and so forth, as I've done. I will say that in the end, what a man has is his name. And this is serious stuff that we're talking about. It's a lot of it comes down to sort of what happened. And I've tried to surmise in as much as I can, and it sounds like there was a will that forced. I guess I would have a few questions for Mr. Campbell, and one of them would be, was there was there a second will found? And I guess this partly goes to the legal term here on retainer is don't let me ask anything that I can't ask. This is not normally something I've done in the past, serve on this type of board, so it's a lot of new information for me. But I would ask that I guess a little bit more a summary of details around what happened in Mr. Campbell's words, if that's okay.
Is that what I need to do? So do I need to go into some detail about what exactly is taking place throughout? Okay, are you ready?
And this is Roxanne. I'll let Maria add anything if she will, but if you don't mind, yes, Mr. Campbell, I believe that is the question at hand, and we may need to limit your time with that simply because we've had 2 board members speak. Tim has turned it over to Mr. Martin, so we definitely want his questions answered the best you can within the time frame. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'll do my best to be brief. I have a prepared statement that I'll be glad to email in, but let me get just a little bit of background in this to try to make this clear but concise. My family and I have always been politically active in our community. I served as an alderman, police commissioner in the early 1990s. My late father was a county commissioner and mayor over periods totaling about 20 years. In 2010, I created a Facebook account called The Grundy Countian, and through it, I ultimately exposed a plot by the then sheriff and mayor to steal approximately $11 million from the taxpayers. They had plans that were published in the local newspapers to build a 100-bed jail facility for $17.5 million. When I learned of that, it took me all of about 10 minutes to research to figure out that that was way too much. My efforts resulted in those 2 officials being voted out of office at the next election, but not before they managed to weaponize the system against me. As my attorneys stated many times, I fell victim to a politically motivated prosecution. After my father, whose home and business I grew up in, who taught me how to write, who instilled within me a great work ethic, and who, as an adult, I partnered with in land development, home building, and rental property, he died in August of 2012. He was preceded in death by my mother, who died in his arms of ovarian cancer at just 58 years old in 2001. My father did not remarry, but he did have an on and off relationship with a girlfriend. Shortly after his death, a will was found in one of his gun safes. My sister and I filed the will with the court for probate, and shortly afterward, the girlfriend initiated a will contest, which is still going on to this day in the civil side. Her attorney, the girlfriend's attorney, convinced the district attorney to prosecute me for forgery. This was an easy sale. The sheriff had slandered me and a close friend of mine by making false, ridiculous statements on the local television station about my character, leading to my filing a slander and libel suit against the sheriff and his uncle, who owned the television station. He has also attempted to fabricate crimes that we had committed in the past and present, which we readily squashed without much effort. But now we had something to work with. It is a fact that my signature was very similar to my father's. Notaries public, bankers, attorneys, real estate agents, etc., all around the area had made mention that the only difference in our signatures was that Eddie's has an Roman numeral 2 at the end. The DA exploited this fact and brought in a hired gun handwriting expert. Several plea bargains were offered and rejected. I was tried by jury. My attorney managed to bring in, as I mentioned before, expert testimony from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and I was found not guilty of forgery and not guilty of attempted forgery, yet I was found guilty of the lesser charges that we've talked about, and I'll be glad to go over again, but I won't at this time. During the trial, the judge allowed the DA to essentially redefine the statute regarding wills, and he sustained every objection of the DA and overruled every one of mine. This is not hyperbole, this is fact. We learned the truth a few days later that it was a consolatory verdict and that the jury was incapable of unanimously finding me guilty of anything. I have a sworn statement from one of the jurors that the judge came into the room late on Friday, July the 1st, 2016, and made a statement along the lines of, "You're going to hang something on this guy, or you'll be spending 4th of July weekend in a motel, and we'll get back on this Tuesday the 5th. Can you imagine what kind of pressure that was for a group of jurors for which their annual 4th of July celebration is second only to Christmas, if that? The jury foreman later corroborated the affiant juror's statement of the judge's sinister implication during a later hearing on a motion to recuse prior to my sentencing. I was sentenced and allowed to remain free on my original bond while I appealed the case. Before my appeal could be heard, friends of mine were tried and convicted of A felonies and were thus immediately incarcerated. The DA went to my attorney with an offer to sentence my friends with a specially mitigated status, provided I cease with my appeal, adding that if I did not drop my appeal, they would be pursuing the maximum sentences for them. When I asked my attorney if this quid pro quo was legal, he answered probably not. When I asked him if it was ethical, he answered definitely not. But he advised me that if I were to question it on that basis, it is likely they would simply pretend the offer was never made, and as he said, hammer my friends. So I dropped my appeal and turned myself in to begin serving my sentence in return for my friends getting the especially mitigated status for their sentencing. No money or property has been dispersed by or to any of the parties. Only funeral expenses, taxes, and the like were paid. And as I stated above, the will contest is still going on. That same, I'm almost done, that same 100-bed jail facility was built by the new administration for approximately $6 million. That's $11.5 million less than the original proposal. But I have paid a price far beyond any dollar amount. Now I just want to recover as much of my life as I possibly can. Thank you very much for granting me that amount of time.
This is Joey Wilson. Two other things to note is that Eddie still maintains the property, the disputed contested property, takes care of it, maintains it, mows it, keeps it up. And I believe the significant change or a significant difference in the two wills was the newly presented will removed Eddie as a direct inheritance. I don't think it had substantially changed any of the other, his sisters or his daughters, and replaced
it
him.
eliminated me and my sister.
It limited you and your sister.
We refer to it as the girlfriend's will. The girlfriend's will that she presented eliminated everybody out of the will, every family member, and gave it all to her essentially. That's what that will, those wills are still in contest. This will was not proven to be a forgery. They failed at that. And I gave Maria a copy of a statement by the judge himself, who said if I was found not guilty of forgery, then all the other charges would have washed away. But 1 week later, then when he made that statement, he went into that jury room based on sworn statements that I'm happy to provide and coerced them into hanging something on me, as he said.
This is Joey Wilson again.
Everyone, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Who is this?
This is Joey Wilson again. It appears to me this has a little bit of a biblical rhetoric in it, and it's almost like the two women claiming the baby to King Solomon. And when he suggested they cut the baby in two, the true mother spoke up. I think it's evident in Eddie's desire to keep the property up, to keep it from being completely run down, to be completely destroyed. You know, he is the one still maintaining it, and the individual that contested the will doesn't really care about the property, just the sale and the proceeds from it. It's a very complicated situation, And I understand Jay's hesitancy, and I understand everybody's hesitancy on the face value of the documents that are in front of you. And it's a hard decision to make, not knowing the individual personally. I would suggest, and I gainfully employ that our community and our profession is better off to have him in this. This is not a crime that which you need rehabilitation for. You need massive amounts of counseling. This is an unfortunate event, and in an unfortunate jurisdiction. I mean, Grundy County politics can get really complicated, and unfortunately, it is what it is. I trust Eddie. I trust his integrity, and I trust his work ethic. I trust his word, and I trust his work. And I would just encourage the board to really consider reinstating his license.
Okay. Do the board members have any other questions at this time?
No, I would like to thank Mr. Campbell for providing a good summary of the events.
Okay, so at this time, we will need either a motion to allow Mr. Campbell to proceed in his application for reinstatement, or a motion to deny. And either of those, we'll need a roll call vote.
Thank you, Maria. This is Roxana back on the record. I will start with the same order that we've done roll call vote. Tim Lingerfeld, we need an approval for him to continue the reinstatement application process, or a denial, as he's asking to see where the board stands.
May I ask a question, Ms. Roxanne?
Yes, sir.
As I understood what Ms. Maria just said, she wanted a motion for a vote. We have no motion.
That's a member needs to make a motion, and we'll need a second and a roll call vote.
Sure. And I agree with you, Ms. Maria, but Ms. Roxanne is asking for a roll call, and we have no motion to be addressing a roll call. I don't mean to be disrespectful, Ms. Roxanne.
No, you're fine. You are correct. I was accepting the motion with the words that Maria had used to explain what she's needing. So we do need a motion to go over what Maria stated needs to happen next.
Mr. Kaufman, do you want to form your opinion into a motion?
I will, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. This is Jay Kaufman. I'd like to make the motion for denial of reinstatement of the license.
Thank you. We have a motion by Jay Kaufman to deny the reinstatement of the license. Do we have a second?
In all matters other than a decision of this nature, the chair typically does not second, but in this time, the chair has the ability and will second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Lingerfeld. So we have a properly noted motion by Jay Kaufman, and Mr. Tim Lingerfeld has seconded the motion. I will now do the roll call to see how this proceeds. Mr. Tim Lingerfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Jackie Delahaye? Mr. Delahaye, we would need a yes to proceed with the denial motion, or a no if you oppose it.
No.
Thank you. We have a no. Mr. Jay Kaufman?
Aye.
Thank you. And Mr. Kevin Martin?
No.
Maria, we have 2-2, and so I will turn it over to you to guide us.
Roxana, read that for me. Sorry, this is Maria.
Yes, I will let you guide us. We have 2 members voting for the denial of the reinstatement license, and 2 board members denying to not deny the reinstatement.
Okay, so at this point, that motion would, the motion would fail. Let me consult with Stuart just 1 second.
Thank you.
We're evaluating this. Just 1 second, please.
Hey, this is Stuart Huffman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Stuart.
Okay. So according to Robert's rules, the motion was to deny, and because it tied, then that motion actually fails. So the motion to deny would fail. So now we're at a point of that's what we're trying to figure out right now is what happens next. So I will be back with you shortly.
Also, the statute for land surveyors requires that a majority of the members approve the reapplication statement. An application. And so, in the event that we can't get a majority to approve the reinstatement, then by default it would fail, and we would have to go through the Fresh Start Act factors.
Thank you, Maria, for that clarification. We'll still wait till you give us further guidance and know how to proceed.
Okay, thank you for your patience as we work through this. As you all know, it's sometimes difficult to navigate with the voting and Robert's Rules of Orders. However, after looking at the statute, because there's not a majority of members that chose to reinstate, it by default would be denied. So at this point, we have to go through the Fresh Start Act factors. So, just bear with me on this. This is going to take some time. I'll need the board members to comment on this. And then also, I just want to make everyone aware before we go forward that under the Fresh Start Act, Mr. Campbell will have the opportunity to appeal the decision of the board for review to the local chancery court. So this decision is for the record. In the event that he appeals, this would be used in that process.
Thank you, Maria. If I can, before you get started, because these 6 points take some time, and I will do roll call vote when you turn it to me. I just want to make sure that everyone has themselves on mute, because we've got some echoing going on, and I don't want your questions missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Roxana. So first, you will need a motion and a vote that the specific criminal convictions of criminal attempt to commit passing a forged writing of an apparent value of $250,000 or more, criminal attempt to commit possession of a forged writing of apparent value of $250,000 or more, and criminal attempt to commit criminal conspiracy to commit a theft of a value of $250,000 or more directly relate to the practice of land surveying. So at this time, we need a motion in a second.
Gentlemen, we need a motion in order for Ms. Bush to proceed going through the Fresh Start Act.
No, I'm sorry, I had a little technical issue there with my phone. I'll make that motion. This is Jake Hoffman.
I'll second. Jackie.
Thank you, Jay, and thank you, Jackie. We have a motion to proceed with this, as Mr. Jay Kaufman stated, based on the exact reading from Maria Bush, and we have a second from Jackie Dillahay. Mr. Tim Lingerfeld?
Aye.
Thank you. Jackie Dillahay?
Aye.
Thank you. Jay Kaufman?
Aye.
Thank you. And Kevin Martin?
Aye.
Thank you. Maria, you can proceed.
Thank you, Roxana. Secondly, we will go through the Fresh Start Act analysis, and we have 6 factors that we can have a discussion on each factor and why it applies. This doesn't have to be at length, but it is something that we need the board members to comment on and how they got to their decision. So that first factor is the nature and seriousness of the crime for which the individual was convicted. So at this time, I would just open the floor to any board member who feels like they would like to say maybe a sentence or two as to why they came to the decisions that they did today based on the criminal convictions that were presented.
This is Jay. I'll go ahead and comment for the record here. Again, item 1, the nature and seriousness of the crimes for which he was convicted. Obviously the 3 charges, or excuse me, multiple charges, but the 3 that he was convicted on each hold are each felonies, obviously by definition, seriousness in and of themselves, 2 of which being a Class B and the 3rd being a Class C. I certainly hold those on the face of their level of felony to be serious in and of themselves.
Thank you. The second factor is the length of time since the commission of the crime. And as we noted, just for your all information, the alleged crime was in March 2012. And according to my records, Mr. Campbell is on parole, and his sentence will end in September of 2027. So at this time, the board member could just discuss the relevance of the time frame and how that applies to the decision.
As far as this is Chairman Lingerfeld, as far as the time frame goes, I feel like, and it was mentioned earlier in the previous conversations, I feel like that Mr. Campbell's still in the first part. It was also mentioned about rehabilitation and a few things of that nature. So I think that, I think it's, in some ways they're saying it too soon.
Great. Thank you. We're ready to move on to our third factor, is the relationship between the nature of the crime and the purposes of regulating the occupation, profession, business, or trade for which the license is sought.
Ms. Bush, this is Joey Wilson.
Ms. Bush, I don't think, unless you approve, anyone other than the board should be addressing these fresh start acts.
Yes, at this time, this is for board members. Thank you.
Okay, my apologies.
So would any board member like to comment on the relationship between the nature of the crime and the regulation of the profession?
Yeah, this is Jay Kaufman again. I'll chime in on that one. Certainly hold, the purpose of the regulation of the profession is to hold the integrity of the utmost, for most people, property being the utmost possession that they have, and certainly that they must have full confidence and reliability among the profession that they hire, in this case a surveyor, to be involved with that prized possession. So certainly see the relationship between the nature of the crime here and the relation of the occupation.
Thank you. Next, we have the relationship between the crime and the ability, capacity, and fitness required to perform the duties and discharge the responsibilities of the occupation, profession, business, or trade.
This is Kevin Martin. I'll say from what I've heard, it's not ability that he has lacked, or it's not a question of his ability. And historically, it sounds like it's not been a question of integrity. It is a question now of what his name means and his signature and his stamp mean. So that's my thought.
And I think it also relates greatly to public perception, particularly if he continues to, if he has the ability to continue practice in the area where he's from.
Great. Okay, thank you. And we're going to move on to our fifth factor. Any evidence of rehabilitation or treatment undertaken by the individual that might mitigate against the relationship of crime to the occupation, profession, business, or trade.
I think that one's really, really good, because I think that Mr. Campbell's current employer, Mr. Wilson, spoke at length mentioning that he should have some kind of rehabilitation. And I did not see Although I sensed remorse in Mr. Campbell's voice as he talked, I did not see anything that has been presented to us either verbally or on paper that says that he has sought rehabilitation, other than the fact that he did a marvelous community service while he was in prison. But I did not see any personal effort for rehabilitation.
Okay, and our sixth factor, any applicable federal laws regarding an individual's participation in the occupation, profession, business, or trade. And just as legal counsel, I'd like to say, this isn't relevant really, but if you'd all like to say something on this factor.
Not being a student of the federal law, Ms. Bush, I don't know if there are ones out there that do apply or don't.
Great,
yeah,
that's all
this is same thing. I really don't know that I'm in a position to speak towards federal laws.
And this was not a matter of federal law, but I just needed for the record something to that effect. So now that we're done, we need a motion to adopt the affirmation factors and the reasoning and a vote on that.
I'll make that motion to adopt.
I apologize. Who was that on the motion?
I'm sorry, this is Jay.
Jay, thank you. We have a motion to adopt. Do we have a second?
I second the motion to adopt. Kevin Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. We have a motion to adopt by Jay Kaufman and a second by Kevin Martin. With roll call vote, Mr. Tim Lingerfeld.
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
And Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. Maria?
Great. Now I'll read the Fresh Start Analysis Justification Statement into the record. The Tennessee Board of Examiners for Land Surveyors on July 23, 2020 decided to deny your request for reinstatement as a result of your criminal convictions on or about July 1st, 2016. The Tennessee Board of Examiners for Land Surveyors has decided to take this action after considering the factors as set forth by the Fresh Start Act. If you wish to contest this determination, you may file a petition within 30 business days of the receipt of this notice in Davidson County Chancery Court, at which time the board must demonstrate by preponderance of the evidence that the individual applicant, licensee, certificate holder, or retrogrant conviction is related to the applicable occupation, profession, business, or trade. I will now need a motion that the justification statement is adopted.
This is Jay, so moved.
Jackie, second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Jay Kaufman and a second by Jackie Dillahay. I will do roll call vote. Mr. Tim Lingerfeld.
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
And Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. Maria?
Great. At this time, Mr. Campbell, thank you for your time and presenting today. You will receive a copy of the justification statement via email, and I will also mail that to you. But at this time, we have no further matters to discuss.
Thank you, Maria. I appreciate that. That takes care of our last item on the appearing before the board. Again, this is Roxana. Chairman Lingerfeld, I will ask you just a brief question. We would be ready to proceed with the legal report, and I know that we have those attorneys and paralegal on the call. Are you okay proceeding, or do you want to, and would the board like to take a quick break?
I'm fine, Ms. Roxanne, if the members are.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. If you can hear me, gentlemen.
We can. Thank you, sir. And Maria will send you the information. Thank you. Members, if anyone needs to take a 5 or 10 minute break, let me know. Otherwise, I will turn it back to Maria and legal counsel to present the legal report to you.
Great, Roxana. I'm just clarify Erica's legal report, so Erica will at this time will speak.
Thank you, Erica. It's all yours.
Thank you. Okay. Number 1 is 2019-096881. The complainant alleges the respondent signed off on a survey they allowed to be completed by an unlicensed surveyor. Complainant further alleges the survey encroached an estimated 4 feet onto their lot, which is on a seawall. Complainant claims respondent is disabled and cannot walk to check the survey work. Complainant provides 2 surveys that another surveyor performed for them on the lot at issue in 2005. Respondent notes that they have been licensed since 1973 and never had any complaints until now. Respondent denies the allegation that the survey was done inaccurately in any way and states that they personally made a field inspection of the survey work. Respondent states specifically that the 2 common corners between the lots could not be found, so respondent placed them based on a recorded plat and data gathered on the lot to the other side of the lot surveyed. Respondent also had a copy of the survey done by the surveyor previously hired by the complainant in 2005. Respondent provided a copy of all work used for their determination of where corners in the survey were placed. An expert review was conducted. The expert found no violations, no incompetence, no misconduct, and recommends dismissal of this complaint. The expert's findings further conclude, quote, "It appears that the respondent has given their professional opinion as to the correct location of the property corners. The complainant should have their property surveyed to see if their recollection of the location of the corners is correct," end quote. Council recommends dismissal of this complaint.
Thank you, Erica. We would need a motion if the recommendation from legal counsel, which is to dismiss on number 1.
This is Jack. I make that motion.
Jackie, thank you. We have a motion to go with legal counsel's recommendation to dismiss. Do we have a second?
This is Jay. I'll second that.
Motion by Jackie Dillahay, second by Jay Kaufman. By roll call vote, Tim Lingerfeld.
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. We are on to number 2.
Thank you.
Miss Erica, may I interrupt you a moment?
Of course.
And I apologize for interrupting. I had spoken with Mr. Schultz earlier prior to the meeting, and I had understood that we were going to a little bit abbreviate what you read to us. Now, if Mr. Schultz, if I misunderstood, please correct me.
Chairman, yes, we had discussed that prior to the meeting, and I'm happy to abbreviate or paraphrase or summarize all of the complaints on the report. But I was thinking, I think it's 7 through 12 they have a paragraph that are exactly the same. I was just going to read that once, but if you'd like me to paraphrase or summarize all of them, just give me the word, and I'm happy to do that.
No, I'm perfectly satisfied with Miss Erica. I had just queried Mr. Schultz about it because of the length of the legal report, and he had replied back that way, and that was what I was anticipating, was that it would be somewhat abbreviated. And I mean no disrespect to you or he either.
Tim, this is Michael. We did in fact talk about that. And in this case, I would defer to counsel in terms of what they deem necessary for you all to hear on these instances.
Go ahead, Chairman.
I just said thank you to Mr. Schultz.
And so can I understand it that I can go forward paraphrasing each one as I see fit, and you can ask questions?
Yes, Erica, I think that would be better served for your time and theirs.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Roxana. So I think we're on number 2, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So number 2 is 2000009651. And to paraphrase this, the complainant alleges the respondent completed a survey where they caused an overlap and alleged this put the property in conflict, and claims the respondent has not corrected the issue. So an expert review was conducted of everything, and the expert recommended specifically, and this doesn't always happen, but an expert gives me a specific recommendation, but they specifically recommended a letter of warning for a single issue that the respondent failed to timely follow up with revising a survey. Otherwise, there were no violations. Council agrees with that and recommends a letter of warning.
Okay, if there's no discussion, motion.
This is Jay. Just one small issue here, and I'm not trying to expand on this at all, but I don't know that it's the expert reviewer's position to recommend any actions rather than just state the facts. But again, that's for a later discussion. But with that being said, I would make a motion to accept the recommendation from staff for a letter of warning.
Thank you, Jay. We have a motion to accept recommendation for letter of warning. Do we have a second?
Second the motion.
We have a second, I believe, from Kevin Martin, and I did hear one other motion. Was that Mr. Martin? Is that correct?
This is Jackie, and I want to
Correct.
Really what Jay said about the expert making recommendations. I think that he's just to present the facts and what he found.
That is correct. That is for legal counsel to recommend and then the board to decide on. So we will make note of that. And we have a motion by Jay Kaufman and a second by Kevin Martin through roll call vote. Mr. Tim Lingerfelt.
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. Erica, you're on to number 3.
Thank you. Number 3 is 2020010961. The complainant alleges the respondent survey lines are in error due to uncapped rods placed by the respondent. The respondent explained that the uncapped pins were found by their survey crew during the traverse of the property, matched the complainant's deed call along a painted line. An expert review was conducted, and the expert finds that the issue at hand is clearly a boundary line dispute. The expert found no violations. Council recommends dismissal.
Do we have a motion?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and make that motion to adopt the recommendation from staff with the same comment I had before about the expert making recommendations.
Thank you, Jay. We have a motion from Jay Kaufman and a second. I apologize. Was that Mr. Lingerfelt or Mr. Dillahay?
No, this is Jackie. I second.
Thank you, Jackie. We have a motion by Jay Kaufman and a second by Jackie Dillahay, and we will make note regarding the reviewers adding their recommendation by roll call vote. Mr. Tim Lingerfelt.
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. Erica, you're on number 4.
Thank you. Number 4 is 2020013561. The complainant alleges the respondent survey misrepresented an adjacent fence line shown in their survey drawing from February 2019, and the respondent admitted to an error, and that error was corrected after this complaint was filed. An expert review was conducted. The expert found and agreed that there was an error, a drafting error, but emphasized the error did not change the actual boundary lines of the survey. It changed the fence location in one area of the property adjacent. The council recommends dismissal of this complaint despite the error because there was no damage caused. It was fixed, but welcomes any comments considering there was an error.
This is Jackie. Recommendations from council.
Thank you, Jackie. We have a motion to proceed with legal counsel's recommendation. Do we have a second?
This is Jay. I'll second that.
And we have a second by Jay Kaufman. Through roll call vote, Mr. Tim Lingerfelt.
Aye.
Mr. Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Mr. Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
Mr. Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. Erica, you're on to number 5.
Number 5 is 2020023351. This complaint was opened when the respondent actually self-reported that they had self-certified. They had 15 Basically, they self-certified their PDH hours, thinking that they had 15 carryover hours, but realized that they only had 7, therefore they didn't comply with their required PDH for renewal. Respondent also explained they have not actually practiced land surveying. They just maintain their license in the state for a role within the USDA. Let's see. I did reach out to the respondent and haven't heard back yet, but I recommend that because this respondent specifically requested that we place them in an inactive status until they comply with their PDH, that we do that and dismiss this complaint.
Okay, Ms. Erica, Chairman Linger says, when did this happen?
When did they self-report?
When did this respondent
Self-report. Okay, let me. You broke up for just a second. Did you ask when did they self-report?
Yes, ma'am. What day?
Okay. Okay. I'm getting that for you right now.
Thank you.
This is Jay. While Ms. Bush is, or excuse me, Miss who is that speaking? Erica?
This is Erica.
Yeah. While you're digging that up, real quick, I'm just going to interject here real quick. I'm not sure that I agree with that recommendation from staff on this case, considering the fact that the respondent at some point did sit down and go through as best I understand, sat down, went through the renewal process, and like all of us, renewal had to, click the box attesting that they, are certifying and attesting that they've done the PDHs. And it's each of our responsibility as professionals here to know what we have, what we've completed, and that when we go to click that button that we have factually done that. Now, I do admire the honesty of this respondent. I really do. It says volumes to me. But I don't know that that's an offense in my view that needs to be dismissed. The fact is he did check the box. He did submit it as saying he had taken those PDHs, obviously incorrectly at the time. It's my suggestion, rather than a full dismissal, that a letter of warning be filed. That's just my suggestion at this time.
Thank you. I did locate the date, and the respondent self-reported by email on March 17th, 2020.
Okay. Now we got the rest of the story. Okay. He did exactly what Joe said. He falsified his continuing education when he renewed, or when he attempted to renew. I respect him for that. I really do. But we've got a series of these things coming up here that my notion on these is this is our first audit. And I think whatever we decide to do on the first audit sets a precedent from now on. And I realize there are certain circumstances with each and every one here. But at the end of the day, no different than what we just spent an hour and 12 minutes discussing. The surveyor's word is very, very important. And whether it's a verbal word or whether it's, as Jay says, check the box. First of all, the statement that's made in the opening part of the explanation here says he only had 7, and then it goes on to say that I need to put it inactive until I can do my ethics and standards. Well, that won't get him to 15. So, 2 and 7 don't add up to 15, so that's not adding up. The fact that he stipulates, he says he doesn't use his license in his job, yet he is a licensee, he still has the same responsibilities that I or any other licensee has, whether he uses it or he doesn't use it. I can give you a good example. I have a license in the state of Georgia. I went last week to get continuing education to maintain my license, and I haven't done anything in Georgia in about 5 years. So I'm not using it, so I guess I should ignore theirs. That's, in a way, sort of what it implies. Now, I realize he did ask for inactive status, but the problem I have is when he asked for inactive status. And, you know, and I know we're in this 6-month PDH jeopardy window on the audit and so forth, but his number wasn't drawn. He self-reported. He would have got by if he didn't self-report, obviously. But I still have a problem with that because we need to be able to set a precedent on how we handle these things so that the licensees understand that by the renewal date, they have performed both financially and educational wise. And then, you know, then we go to audit and all that kind of stuff. So I'm very, very concerned about this. Furthermore, whatever we decide, I think that any licensee that is in this scenario as we move forward, I think there should be an affidavit created, such as what the architects and the engineers use, that stipulates whether they're practicing or they're not. Because under the strictest of sense, they're not licensed to practice once they've not completed the process. And I know we've got all these, you know, late payments and late submittals and all this kind of stuff, but it still is what it is. So I'm going to pass it to the others for their comments.
This is Kevin Harden. Sorry, Jay, you go ahead.
This is Jack. I don't know. I appreciate and understand and agree with the concern that Chairman Lingerfeld has in regards to setting a precedent. In this particular case, though, this was a gentleman that was not audited. He took it upon himself to report it once he found out that he had not met the requirement. And you know, I think that what the council is recommending is adequate for what the complaint is. That's my 2 cents.
This is Kevin Martin. And I think I would probably lean towards Mr. Lingenfelter's decision for his comments. Jay's as well regarding a warning letter versus just a dismissal.
Board members, do we have a motion regarding that? If we are not following through with legal counsel, or in any case, we would need a motion on complaint number 5, and we can use, if you also choose, a similar outcome for the complaints that follow. The others would be with the CE audit. This one's different, it's self-reporting, but keep that in mind for the future ones.
I'd like to ask Ms. Eric a question, please.
Go ahead, Tim.
My question is this: if we just simply allow this respondent to select inactive status, does legal or does our staff forward to that respondent the rules of the road for inactive status, or even make any response to them?
I kind of would like to refer that to Roxana, but my inclination is that we do.
And the reason I say that is this gentleman, I'm going to assume it's a gentleman, this respondent, I shouldn't say gentleman because it doesn't say. This respondent is deficient at this point in time. And it's important that this respondent understand what goes along with inactive status, that if he's inactive for up to a year, he can get in pretty easy, but once he gets beyond the year, it becomes more complicated.
Roxana, are you able to add anything to that?
Yes.
about it? Okay.
I am. So Tim, you touched on an affidavit that the A&E board does, and I'm familiar with that affidavit. Currently and in the past, the land surveyor's process in the office has not been to send any type of affidavit or request that the licensee that is choosing to go inactive have to do anything different. The understanding by going inactive and them selecting that status is that they are not using their license and working as land surveyors. We can definitely craft something to send them, similar to if someone retires their license, it's a change that they're submitting in writing to us with an explanation of the reason. And generally speaking, that inactive request includes a written item that says, I am no longer working in the state of Tennessee as a land surveyor, therefore I would like to place my license on inactive status. But we don't have a template that they have to follow, and we at this point do not push them to have to do an affidavit. We can request that going forward, especially as I hear several of you discuss, the audit process for the continuing education to make sure that then taking this inactive status isn't maybe abused. But at this time, if the board so chooses in their motion to allow him to go inactive, then we can implement an additional letter or email or set of instructions to go to him.
Okay. I actually got ahead of myself speaking about the affidavit on this particular one, although it would serve some purpose. But my great concern was that the respondent was aware of 0820-05-.06 and 0.07 from the standpoint of their future, so they don't get, let's say, caught with their pants down.
Okay, so Tim, hopefully I answered what your question regarding what the staff does to inform someone that's taking that status.
Well, the reason I mention that is because this one, I assume, Miss Erica, that you will send the respondent a letter of the board's decision because it is a complaint.
Can you repeat that, Chairman?
I'm sorry. I'm making the assumption, because this is a complaint, you will be sending this respondent a letter as to the result of the complaint.
Absolutely.
And if
whatever the result may be.
If you are, I was simply requesting that you would include the two sections that speak to inactive status and what a respondent would have to do in order to become active again.
I might have a better idea for a recommendation than a letter of warning. If that is what we want to achieve, we could do a letter of instruction, which would be, I don't believe that that's a form of discipline. Stuart, do you? Okay. But it goes in their file. And that means if anything in the future comes up, we take into account that we have given them a specific letter instruction that has explained everything about inactive status, so they have been fully informed to make a wise decision for themselves, and we have that in their licensing record forever.
That's what I would like to see. I don't know what the members choose, but that's what I would like to see.
I'm good with that.
We would need a motion. Jackie, is that you making a motion for a letter of instruction?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion by Jackie Dillahay for a letter of instruction, and legal counsel will include in the letter the section specific to the inactive status. This applicant at that time then would decide if they choose to take the inactive status to continue that, so we can move them over. And I guess if they don't, get their continuing education all straight with the office, so we know that where the credits are for each of the renewal cycles, if that's okay. So Jackie, is that in agreement with your letter of instruction motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second the motion.
Was that Kevin?
Yes.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second through roll call vote. Mr. Tim Lingerfeld?
Aye.
Mr. Jackie Dillahay?
Aye.
Jay Kaufman?
Aye.
And Kevin Martin?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Erica, you are number 6.
Thank you. Number 6 is 20200264441. And to paraphrase this, the complainant that filed this complaint is a licensed land surveyor. The respondent is an LLC who offers surveying, civil engineering, and geotechnical services. The complainant's issue and the complaint is solely about the fact that the respondent is engaging in land surveying without a 100% responsible charge licensed land surveyor that come to find out after investigation, after talking to the respondent who has been extremely cooperative with this. The respondent explained the situation and also admitted fully that they didn't know that this was against the rules or that this was a problem, but wants to comply however best they can, that the person that is in charge of their the land surveying portion of their business, considered the responsible charge, also runs their own architecture and engineering business that has a land surveying services and is their responsible charge as well. So that is a violation in and of itself that the respondent didn't understand was a violation until now. And I noted in the summary that the respondent had hired a land surveyor that is not licensed in Tennessee, but is licensed in Missouri and was pursuing Tennessee licensure. Since you received this report, the respondent has explained to me that they quit. So they still have the same person running the land surveying portion as the responsible charge, and they are doing it from home right now due to COVID for both their own business and respondent's business. So that is an update. And honestly, I see obviously there's a violation, but I really would like to discuss this with the members who have, I think, a better idea of how serious this is, and whether we want to our goal is to bring this person into compliance as soon as possible, or do we want to take punitive action to serve a punishment plus obviously compliance? So I would love to hear a discussion on that. And any questions you have, I'm happy to answer. I also want to state that the respondent, the owner, obviously, of the LLC who I've been talking to, offered to we could call them during the meeting, ask any questions, but I don't think that's appropriate. But I did want to note that.
This is Jay. I'll talk about this first. The first thing that stood out to me was that the respondent obviously admitted that they didn't know. And that doesn't fly with me. Regardless of which rule it's in or how deep it's buried in there, they're responsible for each and every rule that's in there. And the respondent should have known. So that is a violation right there, no doubt. The second thing I want to address is that the previous partner became semi-retired, and as I understand it, was still working for this LLC, but in a less than full-time manner. And I need kind of a little better clarification on what part semi-retired means exactly. And I reference that to 08-20-04-09, the responsible charge of service, in that a full-time employed principal is a minimum of 30 hours. And that if he wasn't working 30 hours and representing himself as a principal to the firm, I assume as the only surveyor on staff, again, that's an assumption I don't recall reading anywhere in here where it defines whether he is or isn't, that were they offering the professional service of surveying during this time that their previous partner was semi-retired. And I think I read in here also that he was running his own business as well, which brings a whole other situation there. So I've got several issues here. I don't know that those questions can be answered here right now, or if they were answered in the summary and I missed it. But I definitely see some smoke here, lots of smoke. If not on the one count, then perhaps several. And perhaps some others here can expand on that.
Well, this Chairman Lingerfeld, I'll reiterate what Jay said. I'm concerned, Erica, greatly about the timeline in this and the overlap between the two companies. The whole purpose when we redid in 2014 the rules of professional conduct and spoke to the responsible charge, the structure of different types of offices and so forth, was to stop this very practice right here. So, you know, we got a problem. So I really need some direction from you, Miss Erica, as far as timelines and things of that nature, because I'm kind of wearing the same shoes Jay is. I didn't see some of those answers in the narrative.
This is Jay one more time. Yeah, Miss Erica, a timeline would really answer a lot of questions for me. I need to see in the information here, at what time were they in compliance? At what time did the licensed partner leave the company? That they were still offering services during this time, and then so I'd really like to see that. And then on a separate note, the whole part there at the end about having hired a surveyor who's licensed in Missouri but is pursuing that means nothing to me. That means nothing to me at all. You know, I'm sure he was trying to get back into compliance at some point, but that does nothing for me. The one thing I do appreciate, though, that was made clear was that the respondent is complying 100% with staff. That does mean a lot to me. It really does. Similar to, you know, showing up at board meetings and pleading their case. It means a lot. So, you know, I definitely give the LLC the benefit of the doubt here for that part. But the fact is that there seems to be some definite violations here, and I don't know that I'm ready at this point to come down with a decision on it, because I'd really like to see a time frame with dates of in compliance, not in compliance, et cetera, if that makes sense. Is that something that staff could produce for us?
Erica, you're still on mute. I think the question from Mr. Kaufman was directed to you toward a timeline.
Thank you, Roxanne. I was definitely talking on mute. Let me give you just a little bit more information that I've obtained since the legal report was sent from my discussions with the owner of this LLC, this respondent. It may answer some of your questions, it may not. But I did ask specifically whether, let's see, the previous, what I refer to as the previous partner, who is the responsible charge if they are currently an officer and partner with the ownership interest in the LLC still currently. And at the time of the response, by the time the respondent had responded to this complaint, they had already reinstated this person who had retired, semi-retired, with their full duties again as the full responsible charge. And so that has not changed. That is still the case now. So while that is the case, they had hired somebody else to try, and they understood that they couldn't be the responsible charge while they weren't licensed in Tennessee. They had just brought them on board in addition to this responsible charge, who also is a responsible charge for a different business. So that has not changed, and the respondent did state that they did not provide land surveying services at any time without a responsible charge land surveyor. So I don't know if that answers any of your questions, but I'm happy to get more information if you just specifically state what you need.
Okay, this helps a little bit. It gives me a little bit of comfort. Roxana, maybe you can answer this question. If I recall correctly, when a firm initiates or releases a surveyor who is the principal in charge of surveying in a firm, aren't they supposed to file the paperwork that states such?
Thank you, Jay. And that's a great question. As our statute is stated, the principal in charge responsibilities, and Maria can correct me if I've missed something, but it falls on that principal in charge as well. I think in the land surveyor language, it brings that responsibility to the land surveyor, given that our companies do not register in Tennessee. So it's a little bit different from our architect and engineering firms, that they do have an obligation to actually register as a firm. So what we did, if you all recall, when we looked at the 2019 renewal cycle and we discussed this issue with the principal in charge, and how do we maybe call it audit, but how do we make sure that all of our land surveyors that are principal in charge let us know that and complete this information? So as part of the renewal that you all did, you were asked that question: are you the principal in charge? And if so, provided the information on the company. So it almost in our statute falls on that principal in charge's responsibility to let the board know that they are or no longer are in that role.
So then the question moves back to Erica. Did you check that you investigated this complaint?
I did not.
Okay. So what I'm hearing, and I know we don't have the most available records technology with this video conference up here, would it be appropriate for us to table this matter for further information before we try to make any decision?
Yes, we can do that.
Yeah, this is Jay. I agree. It needs some more information there.
And this is Roxanne. I just want to make sure that we give Erica clear guidance on what she's looking for next. I think one of the questions is to determine who was the principal in charge, if that is correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And anything else? Are we still asking her for a timeline?
I think so.
Yeah, this is Jay. I definitely would like to see a timeline as best we could.
I would think, Miss Erica, if if these folks have been very cooperative, and you've spoken with them, that should be no issue for them to provide, and say who was what when, and run through that timeline.
I have no doubt that they will provide that as soon as I request it. Is there any way you can give me a little more detail as to what you want in the timeline?
Well, what we're trying to think, and Jay may but what I think we're trying to get is on what date did this former partner, licensed surveyor, did he stop being a part of the LLC? And what transpired, how much time transpired before he came back and was now reinstated or whatever. What we're trying to see is this, I'm going to call it non-responsible charge, unlicensed period for the LLC.
If I could add one question, if I could. This is Jay. From the report, it states that as of July 1st, 2019, the previous partner became semi-retired at that time. I'd really like to see how many hours per week semi-retired was. Because if it was under 30, then I see a violation there. If it was over 30, then I think they're fine.
Because it stipulates at that time he was still providing land surveying services.
Exactly.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And can you specify, you want me to check as to when they renewed their firm license?
No, it's the individual that attests that they are responsible charge for that firm or that location.
Okay, I can definitely find out that information. I'll represent this at the next opportunity, unless there's anything else that you'd like to add.
This is Jay. Do we need to make a motion for tabling, or can we just move on?
I believe you need a motion because we still need a final outcome for the case, even though it's being deferred. So if we could have a motion for this, and then we can proceed to the next one.
This is Jay. I'll make that motion.
We have a motion by Jay Kaufman to defer this and table it, and we have a second by Jackie Dillahay. Thank you both. Roll call vote. Tim Lingerfeld.
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you very much. We move on to case number 7, Erica.
Thank you. Number 7 is 200036801. And I would like to say for number 7 through number 12, there's a paragraph that's going to apply to each one on 7 through 12, and I would like to read it in full just once. Pursuant to Rule 0820-05-.13, the board decided to conduct audits of continuing education starting with the 2019 renewal cycle for all licensees that expired on December 31st, 2019. This rule states, quote, should deficiencies be discovered, registrants will be notified and have 6 months to satisfy the deficiencies, except where such audits reveal fraudulent misrepresentations to have been made by the registrant, end quote. All licensees, when renewing their license, attested to completing their continuing education requirements. According to Rule 0820-05-.032, a registrant seeking biennial renewal of active registration must, as a prerequisite to renewal, submit satisfactory evidence to the board of having obtained 30 PDHs during the 2-year period immediately preceding application. The respondent, okay, so that is the paragraph that's going to apply to each of these 7 through 12. In this matter, the respondent did not complete the required hours until February 2020. They certified their hours were complete on November 19th, 2019. The respondent has since complied, and their license is in an active status and was renewed. Council recommends issuing a letter of warning.
Okay, question. The number 7 says that this respondent was first licensed October 2018. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, second question. When they reported in November of 2019, how many hours did they report?
Hey, Tim?
Yeah.
I see where you're going with that. I know it says first license in 10/4/2018, but then in response here, it says he's noted that he's been licensed since 1991 in Tennessee.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
I'm going to double check that right now. Almost got it. Thank you for bearing with me. So according to our records, and Roxana, you can help me out if there's something I'm missing, it says the first license date is October 4th, 2018.
If you're looking at core, and I don't have them up right now, that would be an accurate statement. It's whenever that first license kicks in. We have no way of altering that. Maybe he was licensed in other states prior to that.
Well, okay, all right. Let's assume for the discussion that the 18 is correct. All right, now, how many hours did he certify in 19 when he said his papers in?
And I'm looking at that right now. And I want to correct myself. As I'm looking at the respondent's response, they state they have been a licensed surveyor since 91. And so that is my mistake by adding that the Tennessee license. They did not state that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I apologize for that.
Okay.
And so I'm looking at how many hours.
While you're looking, this individual, because they got licensed in 18, does not have to have any continuing inspection to renew.
You are correct. One of the questions that you and Jackie and Jay would have seen asked about that first year of licensure to be able to skip that. I don't have his application in front of me in order to conclude if he selected that it was his first, the date of his renewal so that it could be bypassed. We can definitely take a look at that and really look at what his answers were on that response. I don't know if Erica had a chance to do that.
I have, Roxanne, I'm just not used to looking at these applications. Right? I have, what I have in the response is a CPC tracking. It has like dates all the way back to 2017.
That would have been when he applied for his license. He likely then didn't actually obtain the license and get approved until 2018. So just for the record of continuing on, if it's okay with the board on this particular one, since we think that maybe if he was licensed in 2018 and it's the end of 2018, no, it's March, maybe he wouldn't have needed to complete the first renewal cycle. And that is correct, Tim, to answer you. If it's okay with the board, we can look further at his exact dates and confirm if he could have not needed to be part of the audit because that would have been his first renewal cycle, and in which case we dismiss it.
Right, and I think, and obviously, if that's the case, we would dismiss.
Correct.
I think we apologize. In some ways, I think we should tell him that the hours that he took in February 2020 will count towards the next renewal cycle, if all of that's true.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I don't have a problem with looking at this. It'll be a good thing for Michael and I to also look at just to make sure that if that was his cycle, maybe he skipped that one answer and that's possibly what happened. Therefore, he would have automatically been able to be audited and it wouldn't have counted. He probably is considering his licensure tenure back to the 90s as opposed to just in Tennessee. And we, of course, are only interested in his license specific to Tennessee for his C. So on number 7, Erica, if that makes sense, I think we will look at and possibly even contact him to find out if, in fact, 2018 is his initial licensure date. He might have responded incorrectly. And as back to Tim's statement, he would not have needed to complete the continuing education this particular cycle, and we would dismiss the case if that is the conclusion we come to. Is that correct, Tim? You're okay with that?
Yes, ma'am, and I think we should have a motion that basically turns it back to staff for that purpose.
I agree completely.
I'll make the motion. Jack.
Thank you, Jackie. We have a motion by Jackie Dillahan. Basically on number 7, it is to review the initial licensure date of this particular licensed land surveyor. And if in fact this individual was not licensed in 2018, there could have been an exception for him to check and not need to complete the continuation and not be part of the audit. Do we have a second for that?
I'll second that.
And a second by Jay. That would, if the office concludes that, then we would be dismissing. I apologize. I meant to add that to the motion and the second. If that is an accurate statement, I will proceed with roll call vote. Tim Lingerfeld. Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. And Eric, I'll turn it back to you. I think some of the, if not all of 8 through 11, I think they're the same regarding the audit. If they are, I'll let you go over the numbers again and we can, on the record, keep them the same.
Thank you, Roxana. Yes, so it's 8 through 12 are the same as number 7. So bond number 8, that would be 2020036821. And this was opened as a result of an audit that showed a PDH deficiency for respondent. The respondent completed their required hours in March 2020, despite certifying that their hours were complete on November 21st, 2019. The respondent is now in compliance. Their license was renewed and is active, and council recommends issuing a letter of warning.
Okay.
Tim, if board members, this is Roxanne, I apologize to jump in, but given that we're looking at 8 through 12 as being the same thing, I can add a little bit. So as part of the audit piece that we can discuss later on, or we might finish covering it here, there were a total of 6 complaints, I believe, possibly 8 early on, but 6 that moved through the complaint process because as part of the audit, they were not able to, or that's when we discovered that the continuing education proof was not all there. And so that is how it was handled through the complaint process. If the board agrees with the council's recommendation for letter of warning, that's how we would treat each of these. And I did go through the initial licensure date on 8 through 12, and none of them would have been skipped due to this being that first renewal cycle. So I think that's the only thing I had to add. I'll let the board now discuss.
Okay, I think I see in these cases, this group, I see 2 things. I see one, a group that were audited that initially, and they generally complied within the 6 months. And then if I remember right, I see a couple that have not replied after the 6 months. If I read that correctly,
That is correct, Chairman. There's 2 that the respondents are still not in compliance.
Okay, now, here's what I would like to go with. All the members can figure out how we need to do this, but it's my opinion to use Jay's term. You check the box and you were found deficient, then in effect you've not exactly been truthful. I think the word, according to our rules and statute, is fraudulent. I think Miss Erica has pointed that out in her dialogue here, and it's my opinion because of setting a precedence for these audits, that I think that each one of these individuals, because of the problems and having to rectify things, should have a consent order and a fine of $500, and they should have to complete an affidavit, such as the architect engineer affidavit, that stipulates about whether they practice or they didn't practice. Now, the 2 that are beyond the 6 months, those really concern me because, you know, they're really outside the window there. But we'll deal with those, I think, separately. But my gut reaction for the discipline for basically falsifying your continuing education report to the board and being founded by audit should be consent order, civil penalty $500, and completion of the affidavit. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, this is Jay. I agree with that on the face for a couple of reasons. Number one, other states in a similar situation, obviously most states, not all, but most require PDHs. Most states that require those have a similar method to what we're doing now, to, you know, strictly online and you know, attesting that you've completed what is required of you and click the box and pay your fine or pay your fee and move on. And there is an audit process for that, which is obviously what we've just done here for the first time. And they typically will issue a consent for those that are found deficient, like these that we're discussing right now. they will typically issue a consent order for, number one, falsifying their attestation that they've completed it, and then secondly, the fact that they had not completed the required PDHs, two separate offenses. And I think because we're at the very beginning of this, that precedent is going to be set on how we handle this group. That I think we need to come down consistent with what other states are doing, as many of us are multiple licensees in multiple states, and the fact that many of our rules do overlap and are very consistent with each other. I think that it's important that we come down and give the affirmation that we are serious about this. This is not something that, oh, if you just click the box, chances are you're not going to get caught. And if I do, oh, I got 6 months to catch up with it. It's no big deal. That is not the case here. Where we used to do 100% audits, we're now down to, I think it's 10% and perhaps less than that in the future. I don't want any licensee, myself included, if not at the top of that list, especially for the board members here, to have any inclination that the PDHs are just a frivolity, just another check box on the list of keeping my license. It's really the check that the state wants. That is not the case. And I really think we have the opportunity here as the board to make that point right here, right now, with agreeing with the chairman here of a consent order. And I'm comfortable with a $500 fine. If y'all want to make a case a higher or lower, I'm open to that. But I think $500 fine is a fair and just amount to, if not anything, to get people's attention that this is serious here. And Jackie, I'll leave that open to you.
I'm in complete agreement with you. We are setting a precedent and needs to be an attention getter. So I agree with Tim and Jay wholeheartedly.
And this is Jay, real quick. I'm not trying to just say this is a one-time upfront thing that we're just trying to get your attention. I'm saying we're setting the precedent, and it's going to be this way consistently from here on for the similar or same violation.
And I agree.
Jay, did you want to make a motion? I think you and Jackie, all three have voiced the agreement with Tim's proposal of the consent order, $500 civil penalty, and then an affidavit stating to their work. And we are discussing at this point those particular ones. Of these 5 cases, I think 3, and Erica can correct me, fall in line and have made it correct. At this point, I think you're not discussing those that haven't gotten current with the CE yet.
Yes, ma'am, I think that's correct. Very well spoken.
This is Jay. I'll make that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion to, on the 3 cases that have, after the fact, completed their CE and made it right. The motion is to follow, the conversation has been to follow and propose a consent order with a $500 civil penalty, as well as an affidavit stating and letting the board know what they have been doing if they've been using their license during this time. Do we have a second?
Jackie, second.
Thank you. We have a motion. Jay Kaufman, a second by Jackie Dillahay. Through roll call vote, Mr. Tim Lingerfeld.
And may I just mention one thing in discussion since we're on record?
Yes, sir.
And you said it very eloquently. But we're speaking to case number 9, or number 8, number 10, and number 11.
Correct.
And my vote for the roll call is aye.
Thank you, sir. Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman. Thank you. Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you very much. So I will turn it back over, I think, to the board members. We would then be looking at numbers 9 and 12 that have not had a chance to make it right yet. And if Erica has anything else to add, I'll go ahead and mute myself so you can decide how you want to proceed and see if we have a motion.
Miss Erica, I'd like to ask you a question on these, please.
Okay.
These are continuing education wise, they're completely out of any grace period, any forgiveness, anything of the above. Now, my question is, by our rules, they are technically unlicensed as we speak. My bewilderment is whether or not we should just leave that as is, which means they may think they can still practice themselves, or whether or not we, in order to have a notification to them, whether or not we should suspend their license with the notification that they can't practice at all, if that works, until they have completed this, and that, you know, and plus the, you know, that'd be a consent order, a suspension, and I would recommend $1,000 fine for these folks, and also that affidavit.
Tim, if I could only clarify one item that you said to make sure that we're all on the same page. These individuals renewed during the 2019 renewal period and attested that they had done their CE. Therefore, they currently have an active license. So their license, if someone was to hire them tomorrow, would reflect that they're active. And Erica can correct me, but I think that is their current status.
I believe I would disagree, Ms. Roxanne, from the standpoint, it has now been 6 months since that renewal time, and they've not performed.
They have not submitted their continuing education to support what they said, but when they renewed, these individuals did say that they had done it. Therefore, that released their active status license.
So my question is, which date do we go by? Do we go by January 1, 2020? Or do we go by when they were notified and then they have 6 months? Where does the 6 months come in?
Roxy, do you want me to? The 6 months, in my opinion, my interpretation of the rule only applies if they didn't fraudulently misrepresent their PDH. Because the rule states, you know, the registrants will be notified and have 6 months to satisfy the deficiencies, except where such audits reveal fraudulent misrepresentations to have been made by the registrant. So it's really up to the board. You can start the 6 months where you want to start the 6 months. Because it doesn't even have to apply, because they fraudulently misrepresented their PDH, but so did all of the other audited licensees on this report.
Correct.
Let's talk about this. Just, can you give us a date when this occurred?
So for each licensee, we have the date in the record when they, for instance, number 10, or I'm sorry, 12. Well, I know we have it in the record. We can go by the date that they were. Or Roxana, were they officially notified of the results of the audit, or were they just sent this complaint and asked to respond?
So that's a good question. And I do agree with Erica saying that the 6 month time clock can vary depending on what it is that we're talking about and needing to do. In this particular case, per the board's decision, we conducted an audit of everyone that renewed for the 2019 period. They really had even January to renew. If you remember our debates back and forth, it was with the holidays and so forth. So we didn't do the audit until much later. I don't have the date in front of me because I wouldn't have been in charge of this program at that given time, but we did the audit after the January 31st. And as the board knows, we also stopped the system from letting people renew based on attestation of continuing education, but instead having to prove it for those moving forward. So this renewal that took place are for the individuals that did renew prior to January 31st of 2020 for the 2019 renewal period and attested to the fact that they did it. So you are correct, Erica. All the ones that have made it right also attested to that and in fact hadn't done it right. So these two cases that we're now discussing, 9 and 12, have not responded to the audit that the office did showing proof that they've made it correct. They currently have an active license just like the other three do. So the one point that Tim brought up was a possible suspension of the license because they have taken it a step further in not responding to the audit or the complaint. So the other three, responded to the complaint timely. And I believe the 6-month window, just to simplify that response, we likely would consider the 6-month window from the moment maybe that the audit took place. You've got 6 months to send us in your audit. And everyone else of the 10% chosen did, but we're dealing with these 5 in particular. I don't know if that helps, Tim.
Well,
can I just correct one thing, Chairman? This is Erica. The respondents have not become compliant as a result of the audit. They haven't, submitted their PDH, but they did respond to the complaint. Both respondents that are not compliant have responded to the complaint and stated that they are going to become compliant. And they haven't ignored it. They just haven't submitted. So I just wanted to make that.
Yeah.
Well, going back, Miss Roxanne, and maybe you could help me with this because I don't remember real good. But when we discussed some of these hiccups or road bumps for this particular audit cycle, I think that we talked about anybody that didn't renew before January the 1st on the cycle, then they would be automatic audit. So if they were automatic audit, and maybe it's only me assuming, was we would have to look at their continuing education in order to get them renewed, not just an attestation.
Correct. And the date was not January 1st. We actually went back and forth quite a bit on this date. I believe our public member, Jed at the time, managed to get us all to agree to the end of January, given the holidays. So you are correct. So that the audit, if you renewed, and that magical date was that extra month in January after much conversation. So after the end of January, so February 1st, no one was part of an audit. You 100% had to submit it. So you could call it an automatic audit. No one renewed on or after February 1st without submitting continuing education certificates.
Now,
It is the individual's prior.
Do these two cases fit into the after January 31st box?
No, sir. They are prior to that. They would be considered the timely licensees, if you will, that renewed just like you, Jackie, and Jay did. You renewed with plenty of time, and I don't know if they renewed on December 10th or October 31st or January 5th. Somewhere before that January 31st timeline where we were allowing people to still come in and be part of the audit. That's where these folks fall in.
So because we didn't have an April meeting, it puts us in a forgiving mode, because if we use the 6 months window from 2/1, 8/1 would be the end of the 6 months.
Correct.
So, because we didn't have the April meeting, we probably would have addressed this in April.
That is accurate. You probably would have.
So now we got this situation that, we'll get done today, and then it will take legal a little bit of time to get this out. They probably won't even get it out till plus or minus August 1. So that 30 days that's recommended on here is, that's it. That's as far as we could really go, because it's way beyond the 6 months. Because I'm worried about being not only fair to these folks, but I want to be consistent with everybody that comes back on these audits.
Right.
So having said that, if these two cases, 9 and 12, I guess it was,
Yes.
fit into that early box, then my recommendation would be a consent order, $500 fine, 30 days for them to be compliant, plus the affidavit.
Okay, so Tim, I do hear a motion, and you are correct in guiding us through this. We can take a proper motion by one of our other board members, but I've got consent order, civil penalty at $500, just like our previous 3, 30 days to get in compliance. And as Erica stated, they've responded. They just haven't turned in those continuing education hours. And then also the affidavit, correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I got that.
This is Jay. Here's just one quick question. I'm not trying to linger this on further. They don't comply after the 30 days. What happens?
Eric, I'll let you answer.
I think the consent order states that if they're not compliant after the 30 days, then their license is suspended.
That sounds right to me, but I think that needs to be clearly indicated in the letter that goes to them.
Oh, it absolutely would be very clear that they would be suspended. Now, and Roxana, correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I know, and the only reason I think it could be different is there might be something in the rules about okay, forget that I said that. They would have to have a formal hearing to be, unless they complied, they would have to have a formal hearing in order for us to suspend their license. So that's the only, it doesn't mean that it wouldn't happen. We just have to do that before we can suspend it. Unless I'm wrong, Roxana, we have, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if they sign on the dotted line, pay the 500, do the affidavit, and still don't provide the CE, that suspension piece, just like any consent order, your consent order has the language in it for you to take this negotiation, to settle this way. But if an individual, a licensee, does not sign the consent order and follow all the steps, that follows the formal hearing process. You as a board would be hearing the case down the road. It wouldn't be that quickly. So the suspension wouldn't take place. The only other option, and Erica can elaborate, would be a summary suspension, and we would have to prove true concern for the public and harm to the public. I've done several of those. I don't know that this falls in line at all with a summary suspension. So back to, it would follow, I think, the track of going to a formal hearing.
Okay, this is Jay. That does answer the question. Thank you very much. Back to the point here, I would like to make the motion that was stated by Chairman Lingerfeld.
Thank you. We have a motion by Jay Kaufman, and as it stands, it would be for a consent order to be sent to the 2 individuals in cases 9 and 12, civil penalty for $500, and 30 days to make the continuing education requirements complete and submit that information to the office. The language would also be on these 2 particular consent orders for suspension if the 30 days is not met. We have a motion. Do we have a second for that?
Second, Jack.
Jackie, we have a second through roll call vote. Tim Lingerfeld.
Aye.
Jackie Delahaye.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you and welcome, Mr. Martin. Sorry, I just had to add that. We're learning a lot through this particular legal report, so it's good because, as the board members have said, this does take precedence for how we will do the renewal and the audit pieces 2 years from now. So I will turn it over to Eric again on number 13.
Thank you, Roxana. Okay, so number 13 is a matter that has already been presented to you once, and it's 2019-063091. So since this matter was last presented to the commission, the board, we have received a response from the respondent. Prior, we didn't have anything to go on as far as the respondents in their defense. So I included a lot of information here. In summary, I did not find that there were any violations on top of the fact that the complainant has basically stated that they don't want anything from respondent. The matter's been resolved. So my recommendation is dismissal. I know there's a lot of information here though, so I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
This is Jay here. You know, I read through it. Obviously, this is quite the story, and it sounds to me like a good, happy ending. Everybody's okay with it. Here's my one question, though. It seems to me like the majority of this issue and the length of this having gone on for quite some time could have been resolved had the registrant filed a change of address. Because it sounds to me like, he said, if I remember right, that he wasn't getting the communications until he filed for renewal, which showed a new address, which opened that line of communication. However, I do believe that we are required to file a change of address with the board anytime that we have a change of address. Am I wrong there? Am I missing something, or does that flow with what's going on here?
No, you're absolutely correct. There's a statute that requires that. Although this respondent was not in an active status, so they weren't licensed. They were expired when we didn't have their correct address. So we got it once they tried to renew. So we've had it since they renewed or tried to.
I really got a question on that. If they were not active, did they have their license in inactive status or retired status?
It was expired.
Okay, if it was expired, how did we renew it?
Renewed.
Okay, so it wasn't renewed at all.
No, because of this.
But this case, help me here, Miss Erica.
Go ahead.
Before 2020?
Can you repeat your question?
Did we hear this case before 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And their license expired 12/31/19. So that would tell me they were licensed when we heard this case.
I think Tim is correct. There's something not right. If it's a 2019 case, 2019-063-091, and they didn't expire until December 31st, 2019, they would have had an active license till the end of the year.
You're correct, Roxana. I think I'm confusing this with something else. So you're right. They did not expire until December 31st, 2019. So they would have violated the statute by not providing us with a correct address.
Correct. Correct. And it then it's going to say that council found out this fellow's address when he went to renew.
Correct. Before that, we were unable to get in contact with the respondent.
So did the respondent renew or not?
If you could just give me 1 second, I'll answer your question.
Thank you.
Tim, to kind of address what I believe your question is, down here on the new information about the second or third sentence, I'll just read it verbatim here. Council also made it clear that their renewal application could not be approved unless they addressed this complaint and it was presented to the board, which is what I believe we're doing right here, right now.
Okay. So you would I'm sorry, Miss Harris.
Sure. They are currently expired. They're in a gray status and expired because of this matter, because they hadn't responded to us.
Okay.
And the only thing I need to add, no, they are in a grace period expired, just like anyone else's who has not timely renewed, but they have this entire year to renew if they desire to. Remember, we have that 1 year grace period that has nothing to do with the complaint.
Well, that's for them. That's for the money.
Correct. That is for the full renewal.
I don't know where it says that, Miss Roxanne, for the continuing education.
Well, as we've discussed, I think a few times, even going back to Laura being on the program, the continuing education piece that you have to provide and the date for that, and then the money piece for the renewal it is separated into different chunks. And if the three of you that were on the board when Laura was, we had that concern that it is not very clear cut what the grace period time is, but you have that grace period. And I know that the board interprets it as solely for the financial payment as opposed to the continuing education. And that's something that with Marie on board, she and I have discussed. And you know, do we need to clean that up somehow so it isn't confusing? Because you could have members think that would also include a grace period for the continuing education. Rarely is a grace period there for one thing or the other. It's a grace period to complete the renewal. So to not debate that, I just wanted to clarify that he's in the grace period like anyone else would be that didn't renew timely and by December.
Okay, that's fine. That really and truly, that's not the thrust of this issue. Correct. But I appreciate your explanation. I really do.
Correct.
So Jay, you want to make a motion?
This is Jay. I do want to make a motion here, but let me just be clear and kind of make sure that we're all on the same page here. The issue that I have at this moment is the change of address. Because I think a lot of this, if not all of it, could have been resolved had he filed a correct change of address. So I would ask legal counsel if a civil penalty is allowed for violation of that particular rule 0820-0402 parentheses 3. And then secondly, is there an issue still pending? As I read here, therefore, counsel recommends a civil penalty of $1,000 and requiring the respondent to complete the ethics course above and beyond what is normally required. Is that still outstanding as well?
To answer your first question, yes, we can penalize under TCA 62-18-116A1C. We can revoke, suspend, or issue any appropriate discipline for any violation of the statutes or of any rules adopted under this part. And that civil penalty can be from $50 to $1,000. And for your second question, the prior recommendation was never adopted. And just to be clear, that recommendation was only made for basically a failure to respond, not for any sort of violation that was found, which we discussed at length at that meeting. But does that answer your questions?
It does, thank you. With that being said then, and obviously with the new information that was provided in great detail, thank you, but it looks like at the end of the day, respondent and complainant seem to be at least satisfied to that extent. However, I do have issue with the extent that this went to, involving not only staff, but also board members and time and consideration and thought. I would make the motion that for the violation of the standards of practice 0820-0402 sub 3, the change of address, a civil penalty of $1,000.
Thank you, Jay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Jay Kaufman for a consent order with a civil penalty of $1,000, and we have a second by Tim Lingerfeld. If there's no further conversation, through roll call vote, Mr. Lingerfeld?
Aye.
Jackie Delahaye? I believe that was a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Jay Kaufman
Aye.
and Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. Erica, we're on to number 14.
Thank you. Number 14 is 2019-069671. This is also a matter that has already been presented to the board, and I have talked to the respondent. They have reviewed the consent order that we proposed with the violations as stated in that first recommendation. There are 3 violations of the standard of practice. And the respondent does not dispute the violations, completely admits to them, and simply told me flat out, there's absolutely no way you can come up with that with $3,000. So I understand that we can't just represent anybody who doesn't want to pay, but this person is no longer a licensee. And if we went forward with this, our only other option is to have a formal hearing where they're not going to fight the violations. So I would love to discuss this matter. If there's any, would the board reconsider the amount in any way, shape, or form, or is that not on the table? And they would rather have a formal hearing.
This is Jay. For something like this, I don't want to go in a situation like this with his personal situation. We don't need to go to a formal hearing. It's only going to kick the man when he's down, so to speak. But there is a fine that has been levied. Obviously, he's not able to meet that amount, which I understand. He's got some life issues going on there. We all get it. But here's the question that I'm asking legal counsel: should we lower or remove the financial penalty there? Is it also, can we make it conditional that the respondent agrees not to further gain relicensure? Is that something we can say? Look, okay, we'll remove the penalty as long as you agree not to try to become licensed in the future. It sounds like that's the case already, but I guess I'm asking.
As far as I know, yes, we can absolutely include those terms in a consent order where they admit to the violations and agree not to apply for relicensure and understand that if they do, it will be denied.
I mean, the fact is that it doesn't sound like he's surveying now. He said he's not surveying now. It doesn't sound like he plans to offer surveying in the future, certainly, obviously, with his license situation as it is right now. I don't know. I don't know that by lowering the penalty from $3,000 now to a lesser amount, if that changes, is that he can't afford $3,000, but he can't afford $1,000. I don't know. I have no idea. But what's the point really? The point really that I'm more concerned about is not the financial implications, is really that he stopped surveying. And he says he stopped surveying, but I want to make sure that he stopped surveying by saying, okay, we'll agree to reduce or remove whatever we come up with, the financial fee, but agree that you will not seek relicensure in the future, and we'll call it good. We'll go our separate ways. That's kind of what I'm throwing out there on the table for discussion.
And just to that, Jay, I did talk to the respondent about that. I asked, did you want to get licensed in the future? What are you doing right now? Before you were out of work and taking care of your mother, what do you plan to do if you don't get licensed in the future? And their response was that they would like to continue working in the industry. Is that something that they would be allowed to do if they didn't try to be licensed? Can they work on a crew?
Yes.
Okay, because that's what they said that they would like, that they want to do, what they were doing prior, taking care of their mother, and probably with COVID, things are even worse for this person. But if they would agree to the violations and to not becoming a licensed surveyor, but I think that they would agree to that as long as they can still work in the field.
As long as they're working under the supervision of a registered licensee.
Yeah. This is Jay. I agree with what you're saying there. I'm almost going to kick myself for what I said there about saying that he would not seek relicensure. I never want to hold a man back from obtaining work or improving himself. But I think if I could add to that, if the if the respondent would agree to not seek relicensure without the approval of the board, perhaps. Because
I was going to suggest that as well.
You can't seek relicensure. I mean,
Right.
that goes without saying, I think.
Definitely. I did want to clarify that in the terms, because we can't do that anyways, we would have to say that they understand that if they did apply for licensure, they would have to appear before the board.
Yes.
Just like,
thank you.
Yes.
I think we're on the same page. I wasn't trying to be overly restrictive with something we can't do anyway, so.
Of course, of course.
Okay, well, with that being said, unless the chairman or Kevin has anything to add to it, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we reduce the fee to zero, as long as the respondent agrees not to seek relicensure without approval of this board in the future.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Jay Kaufman and a second by Jackie Dillahay, and I believe Erica has the proper language for the consent order. It would be reducing the fee. So in other words, he would not owe any civil penalty, but agree to appear before the board if he decided to apply. And I just want to add, I think you all have said this, but anyone can apply for a license. That doesn't mean that they get approved. And in this particular case, the board members in the industry review all applications. So I think adding the language that he would have to appear before the board would probably cover it, right? If that is our motion, hear no other conversation or questions, I will go through roll call vote. Tim Lingerfeld.
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
And Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. And Erica, thank you. I believe that concludes the legal report, unless we have anything else, Erica, that hasn't been looked at.
That does conclude the legal report, and I appreciate everybody being patient with this. I know it was a long one.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Chairman Lingerfeld, board members, if you are good with proceeding, I'm happy to. If you want to take a break, I welcome that conversation, to be courteous of you needing to get some water, coffee, anything you need. If not, we will continue.
I'm good to go, but at the pleasure of the members.
I'm good to go.
Yeah, good to go, Roxana. Do your magic. Let's go.
All right, let's do this. Okay, so now going forward, you are on the email presentation itself, and we will start with the director's section. The first item of business on our agenda as we move out of the legal report onto the election of officers. And similar to what we did with Robert's Rules of Law and following it for our board meetings, this program does the election of officers at about this meeting, I believe, probably always the July meeting. So to stay true to that, we are opening up the floor for our officers to be voted on, and I welcome a motion, and I'll turn it over to the board members to discuss.
I'd like to make a motion.
Need to be for one or both officers.
It would be for, it is, you can do a motion for both. We're going to have to vote on them. We are voting on a chair. So to make it simple, let's first nominate a chair and go through the voting process, because it'll have to be by roll call vote. And after that is decided, we do a chair, vice chair.
I nominate Tim Lingerfeld for chairman.
I respectfully decline, Jackie, and I'd like to nominate Jay Kaufman.
So Mr. Lingerfeld is declining to do the chair position again next year, and he is nominating as chairman Jay Kaufman. Do we have a second on that?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Thank you. We have a motion by Tim Lingerfeld and a second by Jackie Dillahay for election of chairman to be Mr. Jay Kaufman. Hearing no other discussions, no other nominations at this time, I will proceed with roll call vote. Mr. Tim Lingerfeld.
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
And Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. For the seat of vice chair, do we have a motion or conversation?
I nominate Jackie Dillahay.
Thank you. We have a motion
I'll second
by Tim and a second. Was that Jay Kaufman?
Yes.
And a second by Mr. Kaufman to nominate and elect Mr. Jackie Dillahay for vice chair. Do we have any other conversations or motions on the table? Hearing none through roll call vote. Tim Lingerfeld,
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay,
Aye.
Jay Kaufman,
Aye.
and Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you very much. That takes care of our new members for chair and vice chair. Congratulations. I will move on to the NCWS report. I'll do a quick recap of I think what we are wanting to cover, and then of course turn it over to Tim Lingerfeld, who's very involved with NCWS. We had an email from Mr. Lingerfeld regarding the Southern Zone vote to combine the meetings for 2022. We went ahead and used this information at the engineers specific committee meeting, and they agreed and voted also on the record to agree with this. The due date for this particular information was between our board meetings. And so I went ahead and, knowing that in the past, both boards have agreed to go with the combined meetings. I voted on behalf of you all that Tennessee would be in support of that, but we do need to put that on the record if we could. And Tim, am I missing something regarding this particular piece?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Hearing nothing else that I might have missed, I would be happy to take a motion in support of Tennessee being okay with the 2022 Southern Zone meeting being held combined for the different zones.
I'll make that motion.
Jackie,
I'll second that.
and Jay. Okay, so we have a motion by Jackie Dillahay and a second by Jay Kaufman. Going through roll call vote. Tim Lingerfeld,
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay,
Aye.
Jay Kaufman,
Aye.
and Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. And before we leave this topic, I want to touch on information that Michael Schultz, your new executive director, received, I believe, yesterday regarding the NCWS motions. As the board members may be aware, the annual meeting that is normally held in person in August, that I've been very blessed to be able to participate in, and I've told Michael that he will enjoy when that opens back up, definitely being able to go. That is going to be and has been held already through WebEx and telephonically. And so the full meeting also will be done using this method due to COVID-19. So with that, he has received the motions that are being reviewed and the items to vote on. So Tim, having said that, I'm not sure how you want to proceed. He can send that information out to each of the voting members, which would include, of course, our new public member as well. But I know the three of you that are in the industry are very familiar with names, individuals that are being voted on in particular. How would you prefer proceeding? We do have some time, and we're lucky that this board is meeting. The engineers are going to have to proceed with giving us their information independently and then through email.
Well, I think, Ms. Roxanne, there's only two candidates. Well, there's two positions open for vote. That's the most important thing, because the ballot has to be in by August 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
July 31st, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. And the one is the Southern Zone Secretary Treasurer, which is Chris Ramzier from Oklahoma, who's the only candidate. So I think that's probably a given who we vote for, unless the members just want to write somebody in or whatever. The second position is NCWS Treasurer. We have three candidates for that. We have Paul Tyrell, we have Stephen Arndt, and Andy Zoutwell. So I was hoping that in this meeting we would make a decision as to which ones that we would select for these two positions that are upcoming, and get that done so that Mr. Schultz can go ahead and get that sent on into the NCWS office.
Thank you. And Tim, just before you get on the vote on the individual positions, I think some of the motions are even being voted on. I don't know that all of our members have had a chance to look at them. If you can let us know how you want to handle the motions.
If you want to, well, I'm going to put my Southern Zone Vice President hat on just a second.
Thank you.
I do not recall any of those particular motions for this particular meeting, because we stripped it down that are controversial. we pulled everything that, still did not get its proper research and presentation and so forth. So the motions that you see in that document are, I'm gonna say, pretty straightforward. They're more, just regular conducting business. But I'm open to anything that the members want to do, with the knowledge that it needs to be done before the 31st. So Mr. Schultz can sit
So Tim, this is Jay. What is it we need to accomplish here?
We need to accomplish three things. Number one, vote for the Secretary Treasurer Southern Zone, vote for the National Secretary Treasurer, or Treasurer rather, and vote for the motions that the committees, the standing committees would bring before the council. And
Okay.
like I said, the NCWS board has already vetted those, and they are pared way down compared to what we would normally have seen if we would been sitting in the room, to where we'd had a lot of topics with discussion and so forth. We just cut them way back to where they're just bare bones.
Yeah. And did you say that there's only one candidate for both of those positions?
No, there's one candidate for the Southern Zone, but there's three candidates for the National.
My bad.
I think the Southern Zone is simple with one candidate. We vote for the one candidate, but that's up to y'all. The National Treasurer, my notion is to be in favor of a Southern Zone representative, which happens to be Andy Southwell. And I think y'all know him too.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So what do we need? We need motions made for a vote on these candidates. Is that correct?
That is correct. And if I'm understanding, maybe we can make the motions a little bit simpler. The motion for the Secretary Southern Zone looks like that there was only one name, so that would be a simple motion to go with that. The motion for the National Treasurer had three names, and it sounds like the board members would be inclined to support the Southern Zone member who you know. And then it also sounded like Tim explained to us that the motions that could be controversial or need more research and follow-up have been pulled, and the ones we are voting on, it sounded like you would be comfortable with Michael on behalf of Tennessee supporting those. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So Jay,
Okay. With that being,
go ahead.
This is Jay. With that being said, I hope I'm not jumping on anybody here, but I'll go ahead and make that first motion for the candidate from the Southern Zone for Treasurer, if that was right. Was Secretary Treasurer? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'd make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I think.
We have Jay Kaufman with a motion to support the Southern Zone Secretary Treasurer. That is only one name being presented. And we have a second by Jackie Dillahay. Through roll call vote, Tim Lingerfelt.
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. We address now the second item regarding the National Secretary Treasury.
This is Jay. I'll make that motion for the National Treasurer to be the representative from the Southern Zone, Mr. Andy, and I missed that last name, Tim.
Southwell.
Yes, him. I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Jay. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second with Jackie Dillahay and a motion from Jay, and I'm certain our new executive director will find the correct name. We're going with Andy, and I appreciate that. Through roll call vote, Tim Lingerfelt.
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. Now we're on to the motions that are not controversial.
I'll
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll make the motion that we accept the chairman's recommendation there to move forward with those. In favor of. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Jackie. Do we have a second?
Second, Jay.
We have a motion by Jackie Dillahay and a second by Jay Kaufman. No other discussion. Through roll call vote, Tim Lingerfelt.
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
And Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. Did I miss anything, Tim, that you want to cover before we leave the NCWS piece?
No, ma'am, you did wonderful. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, back to your presentation. On page 18 is our budget report. This doesn't need a motion. This is informational. And I also want to point out that, as the board knows, we will be wrapping up the 2020 fiscal year. That report will be presented to you at your next meeting with a better understanding of the financials. I didn't see anything worth being concerned about. Obviously, we just went through the 2019 renewal cycle, so we've taken in all of the money that carries the program for those 2 years. I think all the cost backs have been already posted, hence why we see the negative numbers. Obviously, there's no revenue or very little revenue coming in. So I think everything looks okay. Happy to have conversations about any of these numbers, but I do foresee you having the final 2020 fiscal analysis when we meet the next time. Hearing no questions, the following page was information that we've provided several times and wanted to see again. This is the PSI information, and now we actually have not quite 3 years of licensure information, but PSI submitted this. Again, no motion necessarily needed. It did surprise me a little bit, I think, when we did the RFP for the contract for the state-specific exam, and PSI now, of course, offers it. We thought we would have between 50 and 60 candidates testing, and the clear indication from 2018 and then 2019 is that it's under 35 candidates each year. So 2020 isn't finished, but right now we are going to be even a little bit under that. So I don't know if the board members have any questions or other data that they want to see from PSI. They're very good at providing us this information. And I think early on we had some concerns that everyone would pass, and clearly we are seeing not a lot, but some struggles still on the exams.
Two things, Ms. Roxana. We probably need to think about a exam writing session sometime next year, potentially.
Okay. Okay.
Secondly, has PSI increased their fees because of the lower numbers?
They have not. We've been very fortunate that they've stuck to what they had honored in the contract. And as you know, because they have so many of our programs under commerce and insurance, they are able to kind of justify this particular shortfall or just simply low numbers. So at this time, we haven't seen an increase. At this time, PSI is back up and operational in almost all of their sites, if not all of them. So since we're on the PSI piece, and I appreciate you letting us know that you think it will be time this year for the exam writing session, or maybe early 2021, but we'll start looking at that, and I'll bring Michael up to speed with how that takes place. PSI is moving forward with the possibility of proctoring the exams using technology as opposed to insights. It hasn't been launched yet. They had started this process prior to COVID-19 hitting, but I want to mention it just to make sure that we don't need to vote on it now, but that you start thinking about it. So prior to COVID-19, they were looking at technology and how an individual could be at home taking the exam and what checks and balances are there for the individual to not cheat. They are more than happy to provide via WebEx and answer all this if the board wants to at a future date, jump in and see what they've done. But because we have several programs, several of us have already watched it, looked at it, and we have approved and voiced our desire to do this going forward, because we understand the new normal is going to need this. In many situations, license or candidates hoping to become licensees have had to wait for a spot because they were closed for 2 months, and then even reopening was not as fast, just like other industries, as maybe people would like, right? You've got proctors that are concerned with health that haven't come back. You've got sites that weren't ready to open, and then maybe in a few occasions had to close due to people testing positive. So with all those moving pieces, I believe we all want to see what PSI puts forward for people to test from home and how the checks and balances with the camera to make sure that at no point is a person, have a book under the desk or something that they can use. So I just want to lay that out there that as a company, they had started that and are looking to launch this in the next, I believe, 6 months. It doesn't mean that every industry will have this capability. So they're well aware that in some situations, for example, if the exam requires sheets of paper and a calculator, they may be struggling with that. So some programs will launch faster than others, but it's something out there for us to start thinking about. Any questions, anything at all that we can provide and going forward? I know Michael will be happy to get that information for you if you need it. So hearing nothing else regarding that topic, I will move on to discussion of our certificates.
How about the licensee numbers, Ms. Roxanne?
From PSI?
No, for our current licensee numbers, where we stand number-wise.
So that's a very good question. I didn't run the current active. We were right under 1,100 at over, not quite at 1,100 the last time I ran that. So I apologize. I'll be happy to run that report and send it to you. What I can tell you is during the renewal cycle, 55 candidates are still or were at that grace period. And I checked on that the middle of July. So when we started the renewal, we were right at 1,100. And now we are a bit below, obviously, with these 55 in pending to renew if they should decide to renew. So our licensing numbers have dropped a little bit. I know that we were over 1,200 when we did the 2017 renewal period. Nothing huge, but still a drop as opposed to an increase. And I'll get you that exact number, Tim. Would that be okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Made a note for myself. So next, let's discuss the certificates themselves. And for those that are obviously watching online maybe or listening to our meeting at a future date that have just joined the industry and are waiting on theirs, unfortunately, we're talking about individuals that would have needed their certificate in January because they were not signed. We had no April meeting. So between January and now, we had about 40 certificates. These are the certificates that our new applicants pay for. We have printed through General Services, and I welcome any conversation. Our office has been involved, obviously, with in the past getting those to the meetings that were in person. So they still were delayed, but we still met in person and our board members signed them. These particular 40 or so were really delayed, and then the decision was made to send them to one of our board members. Jay jumped in and wanted to go ahead and start the signing process, and so we did that. The concern, of course, is they're traveling through the mail. So as most of us suspected, they didn't make it in great shape. I can let Jay elaborate, but I don't know that in the end we'll have any of the 40 that are even worth forwarding to our new licensees because they want to frame these. These are a big important piece that they have joining the industry. So I turn it over to you as board members. I do want to say we do have the technology with which these certificates can print and include your actual names on the line. We would be reprinting these 40 if that is the choice. It's just an option I'm throwing out there. We would have to reprint them with your names on the certificates as opposed to an actual ink signature. I know that changes things, but I just don't know when we will all be meeting together. And at the same token, we will always now have this option for members to participate through WebEx. And in some professions, due to health concerns, I think some members are going to choose this. So back to, we may not have your ink signature. The other option would be to have your signature sent to the office, trust Michael with it, and have General Service tell us how they would be putting that on. And so I let you all decide how you want to handle these certificates.
Roxana, this is Jay. Yeah, I did kind of transpire all this kind of happening with the certificates. I had a recent licensee call me and ask, where is my certificate? It's been months, and so that's what kind of initiated the phone call. I did receive the certificates. I think it was last week. They came. They were carefully packaged. I mean, they had pieces of sturdy cardboard, several pieces of cardboard in there to protect them. They were wrapped fine. You know, not 9 out of 10 times I wouldn't expect any problems whatsoever. But this one happened to be the 10th time, I guess. There was a pre-printed sticky note on the package where it had been obviously torn to some extent, and perhaps crushed is probably too hard of a word, but smushed maybe on the side. And I assume U.S. Postal Service had tried to wrap it with some cellophane and put the notation on there. Anyway, I did take a few pictures of it, send it up to your office just so they were aware of it. But I did get the chance to open it. Maybe of the total certificates that were in there, maybe 2 or 3 have an issue on one of the, like the lower right-hand corner might be a little bit damaged, might be the wrong word, but altered in some sense. But I don't have a sense that they need to be reprinted by any means unless there's further damage after I send them up to Tim and the further go from there. But as of the time that I sent them out, having signed each one of them and sent it out, I think they were still acceptable. Again, they're gonna go through at least 2 or 3 more mailings from Tim to, I would assume, Jackie, and then wherever it goes from there, and then eventually to the registrant. So we'll just have to see how it weathers the storm. As far as future signing on these certificates, I have to completely selfishly, I have to admit, I get a sense of satisfaction out of personally signing each and every one of them. I would prefer to keep it that way. Hopefully we get to meet back up in Nashville and collectively sign those as we have in the past. That would be my preference. But I think we're just going to have to do it on a time-by-time basis here until we get to that point to see if we want to, pre-sign them or have them electronically signed for us. Obviously that's not my preference, but I'll be quiet here and listen to what the other members have to say.
Thank you, Jay. And actually, I appreciate you letting us know that, and I knew that Caleb would do an amazing job. He treated those like his babies. So I appreciate hearing that they, you could tell that we put every effort to protecting them. And I guess was being a little more pessimistic, thinking that more were damaged. So if you've moved them on to Tim, that's encouraging. Let's hope that they can follow that track and get to us back in the office and we can kind of think them through at that point. So I appreciate that update, and your guidance seems to be that you want to do them in person going forward. So I'll let the other members then kind of guide us on what we do next.
Well, I'm like Jay. I like to sign the things, and the in-person would be great, but we don't know how that's going to shake out for probably quite some time. So, we may end up just having to do as you suggested, Ms. Roxana, sign a piece of paper and somehow or another email it or PDF it or something down to Caleb.
Thank you, Tim. But it sounds like for now, so if I'm understanding this right, we're going to leave these 40 in the pipeline. They are through the mail system getting to Tim. And then, Tim, you let us know if you decide to do anything differently. But otherwise, I guess you would send them to Jackie so that he can sign them. And we will, once we have them, send them out. If we're communicating with our newly licensed individuals, I think, we will always offer our apology for the delay. Some of this we could have controlled if we'd signed some in January. Nevertheless, we are where we are. And yes, if we resume the board meetings, it sounds like you all want to continue the process. We can always readdress it. But for now, we will keep our fingers crossed and hope that these 40 travel in good shape to make it to the licensees. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Fantastic. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think we have covered the 2019 renewal cycle, the continuing education piece. We covered a lot of that during the complaint process. So I don't know that there's anything to add. I briefly said we've got 55 in the pipeline. So the only thing that regarding those I wanted to ask the board is, do you want or expect us or would like us to do anything different with those that are in the grace period? And that only means We do have the technology to do some sort of a reminder, and we have this restarted with one of our other programs. Simply, while you're in that grace period, the reminder that once that ends, you have to reapply, or nothing at all. As the board members recall, during the renewal period that was open in December, if not late January, we did friendly email reminders saying something along the lines of, this is a courtesy reminder that your license hasn't renewed yet, and it expires on December 31st, 2019. So we did do some of that. I don't believe we have many without emails that had to get a letter in the mail, and I think the office did that as well. Those are courtesy items. By statute, we have to inform them, and we have, that their renewal is up. But is there anything else that the board would like the office to do, or are we good leaving that alone?
I think that we leave it alone, Ms. Roxanne. Reason being is the last 2 years when we've spoken to the TAPS conference, we focused on this renewal situation. You've sent out notices. We've talked about it in board meetings for anybody that wants to, watch our meetings. So I really feel like, in my mind, I feel like that we kind of shook the apples off the tree about as much as we can.
This is Jay. I'm going to step in on that and agree with everything Tim just said. However, not every registrant is able or chooses to attend the TAPS conference. And even if it's just one of these people, registrants that are not in compliance, that wasn't able or chose not to go to TAPS, that doesn't remove any, and it's not an obligation, obviously, but I do think it's a courtesy. And I say this because, if we do send out the courtesy letter and they still do not make compliance, that only builds to the case of negligence on this registrant towards getting relicensed. And if it's just an email, then it doesn't cost anything. If it's a letter, then it costs whatever a stamp costs these days. But I always think that as a board or as a department, we really need to go above and beyond, so that we can never say, well, we didn't tell you so. Now, granted, I know we already have. I understand that. And I know, just like Tim says, I 100% agree with him. At the TAPS conferences, we tell and we plead, and I mean, until it's nauseating almost. But I really do think that if it's just an email, how much does that take, really? I mean, that's nothing. I would feel better if we did make the effort of trying to notify these with a courtesy, whether it's letter or email.
Thank you, Jay. Unless the board opposes, I think we're good with that. We have the technology. It doesn't cost us anything to do the email. It's a report we run. I'll rerun it to make sure none of those 55 have come off, but I don't believe that's the case. And we can do a courtesy email just citing the statute, letting them know that this grace period ends December 31st.
I'm good with that.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jackie.
Okay. Thank you, Roseanne.
Absolutely. Hearing no other conversation on this, the last item as far as actual document on your presentation was the 2021 meeting dates. We will need a motion if those dates are okay, but if anyone has found a date that needs to be changed, this is very flexible. We actually did this about a month, maybe a little bit longer ago, just to have all of our programs with meeting space. And so we are still in 1B, but, and we can send this to you again. The dates right now, as we have them for 2021, are for February 25th, May 27th, August 26th, and November 25th.
Well, first off, Ms. Roxanne, I don't think you're going to get much attendance on November 25th, because that's Thanksgiving Day.
Oh, that's right. I knew we were changing the number. I apologize. Absolutely. So we can, and August, let me ask you, Tim, because you might be aware, when is the planned NCWS August conference?
It is August, let's see, well, this year was the 27th. Next year is the 18th and the 21st.
Okay, so at least the August meeting would not clash, but we're looking potentially, of course, changing the 2021 date for November. Would the board be inclined to move it to the week before so we don't run into the holidays?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the week before is a good idea.
Okay, so it is November the 18th would be the Thursday before, so it is considered that third Thursday for of November 2021. Any other changes that you think need to be made? And of course, we can always make them closer too, but it is good to have the room reserved and our website updated with next year's dates.
The February 25th date, I had sent this information to Mr. Schultz. I have a board of directors meeting for NCWS, and that's a date that I'll have to travel for that meeting.
Okay.
So I would like to change it if possible.
Absolutely. This is all at your discretion. The only thing that could come up would be Michael having another meeting at that same date, but hopefully that's not the case. So with February 25th, that too, do we want to move to the 18th? Move it earlier?
That would be fine with me if it's fine with everybody else.
That's fine.
Okay. So,
yeah, works with me. Absolutely.
okay. And that would make it February 18th, 2021. The May 27th, 2021 date is left alone. The August 26th date is left alone, and November is moved to November 18th.
May I speak to May 27th?
Absolutely. Yes.
That is the Thursday before Memorial Day weekend.
Okay. So do we want to bump up the August date to the 19th also?
The May meeting.
Hey,
Oh, I'm sorry, May. I apologize. I was on August. Let me look at May.
I think that will be all right. I would need to check on the NCWS board meeting. Be the 20th, wouldn't it? The 20th of May.
The 20th, yes, would be the meeting before.
I will double check that and get back, but I think that that's okay because the zone meetings are a little earlier in 2021.
Okay, so right now, the dates, and I want to make sure I have them right so we can move rooms around, would be February the 18th, May the 20th, August 26th, and November 18th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If we could have a motion to proceed with these dates, and again, keeping in mind that if something comes up, they can be changed, but we want to make sure that legal counsel that has several programs has a chance to put them on their schedule, as well as your new executive director, Michael Schultz.
This is Jay. I'll move with those dates as revised.
Thank you, Jay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second the motion.
Yeah.
Was that Kevin?
That was Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. We have a motion by Jay Kaufman, a second by Kevin Martin. Going through roll call vote. Tim Lingerfelt. Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
And Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda, we have the new policy for course approvals. I don't know how far we'll get with this, but we will definitely give it a shot. This is regarding our continuing education course approvals. Tim, I know you wanted to discuss this, and we've been reviewing the information. I believe we sent out the list. We have a total of, I think, 73 courses in the pipeline. 5 of them have been approved by at least 2 of our reviewers via email and a board member. So 5 do need to be approved on the record. And then separately from that, I do want us to talk about the entire course review process to see if there is any way that the board would consider letting Michael, who does approvals of different things for the different programs, doing the reviewing himself as opposed to sending this through to the experts and then just reaching board members when they have questions, concerns, anything along those lines. I welcome that conversation.
This is Jay. Just a quick question. How many of these courses actually get denied or recommended for denial from the experts before they come to the board for review?
That's a good question. Courses are not like a licensee that would be denied or continue to apply that we can clearly see the path. So I don't have the exact number, Jay. Unfortunately, we can find that out, but not many at all. What I've seen in the years that I've had the program is more the change in the number of hours that we are deciding to approve. And in some cases, as you know, we've had individuals come before the board and explain why the course should be for 6 hours. And then we've had the conversation and said, no, it's really more like 2. So it's a possibility that that happens more often than a true denial of the course. That does not happen often.
Okay, and then with what's being proposed here, does the board itself at our standard meetings or similar to the way we're doing it today have the ultimate final approval and review, or is this just a now becoming an administrative approval and we blanket approve at the end?
So based on the last time that I was involved with these, what was happening is, or what we decided, and I could be wrong, and if anything else changed after I left with Jennifer, please let me know. But I believe we were trusting the experts, these 3 licensees, to review these, and then one board member respond that they agreed to approve the course. When that took place, that course was considered approved. On the record, we reiterate and do the final approval, knowing that these courses have been given our number for the course and that some licensees might have taken them. So we're going with the recommendation from 2 reviewers and 1 board member to consider it approved, and then the full board makes it right on the record. We do a similar thing with real estate appraisers, where the person in charge reviews it and the full board trusts that individual's decision and knows that changing that at the last minute wouldn't be fair to those licensees that had planned on taking that course or already took it. So that's kind of the path we're at. So right now, of the 5 courses that were on your list, we have 2 from Alabama Society and 3 from Drisburg State Community College. They were approved by two of our experts and 1 board member. One of them had a recommendation to reduce the hours and bring it back to a smaller amount. But otherwise, all 5 of those would be approved and everything else pending. Did that help, Jay, or answer your question?
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
One question that I would have, Ms. Roxana, is in doing this, if we went to a person, are we not eliminating our advisory committee?
You would cut and make the advisory committee be the executive director with the knowledge, or you set the parameters that he would only be reviewing and approving providers that have already been vetted and approved previously. So a new provider, I believe, would have to come before the board. So you can see the credentials, the background, the marketing material, the educators teaching it and so forth. But, looking at the list that we have, I believe all these providers have multiple courses. So if we entrust the executive director, he would be that review expert for these courses. And he obviously, the course name will be his guiding force, and then the material he will review. If he has any concerns, he would take it to a board member, and we can rotate the board members for a quick turnaround saying, and I'll just pick on one course from Vector Solutions, Lot 21, Dave Gibson, lot and block case. So if, he may look at that and say, I don't know that this meets a PDH requirement. I'm really not certain. And then he wouldn't approve that one. He would have to take that to the board members to review further and make a decision on. If anything comes through with a high number of PDH hours, such as 8, I know we've struggled with those, or even 6.5, introduction of GNSS surveying. Maybe the board then says that Michael can review anything that allows up to 4 credit hours, which tends to be a pretty consistent number. Anything over and above that, maybe the board does want to send to other reviewers or you yourselves approve. Just thoughts.
Well, I've been on record before. I never have liked partial credit hours. I just don't like them, you know. Our rules don't say that we can't accept them,
Correct.
but they imply that we don't, because everything is all even hour.
Right.
So I've never been a fan of the half hours. I truly, and I've spoken on it before, I won't beat a drum because I know we're getting long-winded, but I truly would, in the scenario that you have painted, I would feel much more comfortable myself if we were approving previously vetted vendors and we had the ability to charge them a sponsor fee for what they provide. And I think at the end of the day, we would get a much better product. That's just my opinion. But that's something that I would like to see, but that's not exactly where we're at right now. And I understand that.
Correct. And the climate to add a fee to something probably wouldn't support that right now for various reasons. And I get what you're saying. You know, once you really fully commit and pay a fee, you're more vested in it. So I agree. And yes, the vetting of the vendors, I mean, it would have to be, Michael would review those that have already been approved. Regarding the partial hours, you know, you could make that decision. Nothing in the statute says you can't approve them, and we have been. But this is all, I think, a good conversation to have moving forward, mostly because, as you can see, we just have a lot that are delayed. Now, we're at an advantage where we're not looking to renew now. Our licensees don't renew throughout, or they would really be in a difficult situation. Nevertheless, some individuals would probably love taking courses throughout and not waiting until the last minute. So it is a lot in the pipeline, is what made me have the conversation with Michael and decide, you know, he definitely can dig into this material. He can also work closely with Caleb on it. And it'd be at the board's discretion to give him that authority to do, and anything over a certain number. I mean, we have one course I'm looking at that is 8 hours. If the board so chooses, those do come to a board member. And then hopefully we will have fewer of those going, and we rotate them between board members for a quick turnaround.
Well, one of my biggest concerns is we've had some pretty dedicated people on our advisory committee. And if we knee jerk into this thing a little bit, you know, it's kind of a, you know, thanks, but no thanks for all your work that you did, because we just replaced you. So I worry about that. I really do. Because it makes me think that maybe we're just not quite ready to make this very decision today.
And that is perfectly good. I mean, I'm only jumping with thoughts that you all get to decide, which is the great thing. I don't, given the numbers. These are a lot of courses in the pipelines. We have followed up with emails. I was included in Morgan's last email, and there was no response to it. So I know that these are tough times, and I appreciate what you're saying. We actually appreciate their work immensely. This is volunteer work, right? We haven't, these are our experts in the industry that you all trust and that have volunteered to do this. And there's no doubt in my mind that they have a lot going on in their lives. So it's a difficult task to trust on folks, to hand them, to not pay them for their time. And then we have to follow up with email after email. So it's tough. I don't have the perfect solution. If the board isn't comfortable making a change, then we leave it alone.
Well, and we kind of insulted them a few years back, you know, when we asked to be able to give them some PDH credits for going through all this stuff and helping the board, and, you know, we weren't able to do that. So, you know, I would really like to be able to at least tactfully handle it with the advisory committee, and also be able to have a good positive direction at the same time.
So Tim, can we trust you with, I'm not sure, with guidance for Michael on how we want to proceed. So right now, if the board is comfortable, we would be approving 5 courses that have been reviewed and approved by 2 experts and 1 board member, with the question on animals that can be encountered while working outdoors, Do we want to change the 2.5 hours or leave that one alone? Otherwise, these 5 are approved and have met everything, and we can move forward. And I guess on the others, which is a lot, we wait on a response from our experts.
So am I misunderstanding that all these others are in limbo?
That is correct. That is the reason for the conversation. They are that we do not have 2 expert reviewers that have responded to all the others.
I apologize for that. I missed that concept.
That's the only reason I'm bringing it up, because I know we have had the conversation. So yes, I think it's 73 when I counted the Excel report before I made it into a PDF. Only 5 have met everything based on what the board wants to approve, which is 2 experts and 1 board member. And so those on the record you would be making right. The rest have gone to the reviewers. We followed up with the reviewers. Thank goodness for Morgan. And on the last follow-up, I asked to be included and have heard nothing. And again, there's no doubt in my mind that they are very busy with a lot going on.
I'll leave it up to the members how they want to. Obviously, I think we should approve the ones that have basically been approved, those 5, if we're comfortable with the hours, and move on with that one. And then we need to have another motion to decide what we're going to do with the rest of these.
Okay, so we have the 5. They are Alabama Society, how land surveyors should work with point cloud data to create surveying deliverables. That is 4 hours. Alabama Society, online marketing. Dyersburg State Community College has 3 courses. The first one for 2.5 is conservation of our nation's natural resources, and also Dyer State Community College. Then dendrology for land surveyors, 4 hours. And then the last one, animals that can be encountered while working outdoors, 2.5. If the board is okay with approving all of those, I would need a motion and a second.
I move that we approve those.
I'll second. Jay?
Thank you. A motion by Mr. Jackie Dillahay, a second by Jay Kaufman. Through roll call vote, Tim Lingerfelt.
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
And Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, so those are moved on. The rest are pending. I welcome your thoughts or ideas, or you know, we continue. I just hate thinking that we are just going to follow up through email. So I welcome any other thoughts.
Yeah, I don't want to delay all these others because there's a fair amount of these that are chapters that are trying to get them approved so they can implement them.
That is correct. And again, back to the staff, and we are very fortunate. We're all working from home. We're safe. We are starting to go in the building every 2 weeks or so, depending on the individual scenarios. But nevertheless, it is difficult because our new world has changed and added some new responsibilities, taken some others maybe away, but some added responsibilities. So the follow up and not letting things fall behind is difficult in a paperless world, right? You're relying on other things. So I welcome any guidance because I know Morgan has really tried to keep up with these, and so has Caleb. So
well, and this is what's happened, and the advisory committee will tell you this, where you've got Vector Solutions and Lucas, they sent them like 25 each, and so or more, and that's where they get bogged down. Is having to go through that many. When you get, you know, some of these where they're just 2 or 3 to an entity or whatever, they're not bad to get through. But those others, you know, they just bog you down. And I know that's what's happening. For example, the Samsung deal there at tour on the last page, I just attended that meeting last week. I sat in that seminar. So, you know, I'm very familiar with it. So, but we need to move these on. If they're, you know, growing dust, we got to do something. I reviewed them and didn't see anything that really jumped out and grabbed me, other than I really have to stay half an hour. But that's a personal issue. I have a lot of those. So, you know, hopefully the members can come up with a conclusion and move on with them, whatever.
Tim, I appreciate your. Go right ahead, Jay.
This is Jay. Yeah, we can't be holding this up. This affects not only the vendors, obviously, with the product they're trying to offer, but also directly to the registrants with the courses being held up. And the last thing I want this board to be even implicated on is restricting or holding back or delaying a registrant in any way. So with that being said, I'm comfortable with approving these courses.
I am too.
Thank you. We have a motion by Jay Kaufman and a second by Jackie Dillahay. And the motion is to approve basically the rest of the courses that had not completed the cycle to be vetted and reviewed, but they are all with providers that we are very familiar with and who offer courses. So if there's any other conversation, I welcome that. Hearing none, I will do roll call vote to approve all of these. And as Tim mentioned, some might have already taken place and our licensees have taken them. So Tim Lingerfeld, Jackie Dillahay,
Aye.
Jay Kaufman,
Aye.
Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. So before moving on to our next three topics that are still available and open on our agenda, I just want to check, are we only approving these and keeping the same process going, or are we ready to make a decision for these to be vetted by your new executive director?
I think at this point, I'd suggest we keep it the way it is right now until we can figure out a better way to handle those that are reviewing them already.
Sounds good. I get it.
I agree.
Absolutely. Okay, so we will leave these alone and maybe internally figure out how to do a better reminder system or what else we could do. So we're going to put all thinking caps on. The next item that I've got on our agenda is discussing of the expert reviewers. This is a conversation that Maria might need to hop on, but before we do that, I've gotten an email and some communication that Erica would like to take a minute to go on the record with one particular complaint. Are the board members okay if we kind of skip out of order and let Erica discuss complaint number 6 with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Erica,
Absolutely.
I'll mute myself. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Roxana, and thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to jump back on. Since we finished the legal report, I have talked to the respondent in number 6 pretty briefly, but I wanted to see if I could get some answers so we could possibly resolve this complaint, seeing as we only meet quarterly, and this respondent very much wants to be in compliance, and I'd love to give them some direction as well as to what they need to be doing from this day forward. I do have a better timeline that I would like to provide. The responsible in charge semi-retired from the respondent's LLC July 1st, 2019, and stopped being an officer at that time. So it wasn't until April of this year that they were reinstated as an officer and principal and started acting as the responsible in charge. But the respondent did admit that they probably have not always worked at least 30 hours. So that's a violation that I can already prove right now. And I feel like we have enough really clear evidence to prove the violations that occurred here, no matter what the timeline says. So I wanted to see if that's enough information for us to possibly make a decision on this. And they also stated that during the time the responsible in charge was semi-retired, there was no surveying services being offered.
So is the 30 hours now?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Is the surveyor working now since
Well, as of today, I'm of course they're going to be once I tell them they have to be, but I just asked them today about it. Just now when I called them, I said, was your responsible in charge always working at least 30 hours a week when you were considering them to be the responsible in charge? And he said probably not. So no matter what, they weren't. Now going forward, they cannot offer land surveying services until they have somebody doing that, or he can absolutely be doing 30 hours. But no matter what, they violated that rule.
Well, where does that fall into penalties, Ms. Erica?
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding you.
Where does that fit in that particular violation?
Where is the rule you're asking about?
No, what is the civil penalty for violation?
Oh, the civil penalty. I'm sorry. Let's see, that would be, well, my recommendation would be $500 for each violation, which I have proof of 2, but the option is $50 to $1,000.
Okay. However, the key to that will be just horse. That is, each day of continued violation. Every week that they did that, you're not going to out the law.
Right. So it's up to the board. I feel like we have all the information we need. I mean, you can make it more than that. It could be each day. Each day is a $50 to $1,000 civil penalty.
No, we're not. I'm just making a point that with these civil penalties, the amounts are I'm going to say antiquated, because I think the last time that they were updated was 1992. And the key to them, one reason why they have not been, is the fact that each day constitutes a separate violation. And that's why that if you notice when we talk about these cases, that we are very specific about dates, because we're concerned about these timelines that these things are happening. And, you know, heretofore, only on a few occasions have we used number of days as a multiple for any kind of civil penalty, but it's clearly in the statute that we have that ability to do it.
Erica, this is Jay. Could you quickly summarize what violations we think we have at this point?
Yes. A violation of Rule 0820-04-.09, which requires the responsible in charge to be employed full-time for a minimum of 30 hours. And the same rule, but number 3, which requires an officer or principal to be the responsible in charge of only one firm unless the multiple firms are at the same physical location, which in this case they are not.
Okay, and just on, I mean, on the respondent's side there, he's been very open, very willing, not hesitant, he's been trying to get this resolved, is that right, in a positive fashion?
Yeah, yes, very much so.
Jackie, what are your thoughts on this?
I don't know that I'm not more concerned over the surveyor who I think has a separate complaint, in that he has been trying to operate 2 companies at the same time. It's what it appears, anyway, allegedly. I think the respondent has not been compliant with that rule, and probably needs some type of discipline. I'm not sure what.
Erica?
Yes, Chairman.
If I understood this correctly, the respondent is actually an LLC company. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it seems to me that we have a violation with the company, then we have a separate complaint that we're not addressing as separate with the registrant. Is that not correct?
In my opinion, my recommendation would also include that we open a complaint against this responsible in charge and look into that avenue and handle that separately as far as their own separate firm and whether or not they had violated any rules.
That's exactly.
I thought that complaint was filed. There's a separate complaint against the previous party.
There is actually, and that is a complaint by a consumer and it's in regards to a survey. And I actually just got the expert review back, so it wasn't on this legal report. But their expert found no violations, just if that matters. But we don't have, as far as I know, we don't have a complaint open against the yeah. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
But on this case, the respondent is not the registrant, correct?
The respondent is the architectural engineering firm that offers land surveying services, the LLC.
That's what I'm trying to Jackie worth reason is this complaint deals strictly, I'm going to say, with the firm. It deals with the firm and what they've allowed to do. There's a separate complaint that has to be created by legal you against the registrant, not the respondent, but the registrant, to investigate the situation of managing two offices, etc.
Correct.
Okay. So I think we need a motion if the members feel like we have enough information to resolve this case against the respondent, who is an LLC. And we're not talking about the surveyor. We're just talking about what the respondent has done. And what I heard Erica say, that she could justify by the rules a consent order with a $1,000 fine. And the question is whether we want to do anything else.
Yeah, this is Jay. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. This is two separate violations, one on the LLC, one separately and independently on the registrant. And Mr. Lingerfeld, if that's in the form of a motion, I'll sponsor that motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Yeah, I second.
Thank you. On back to referring to case number 6, we have a motion by Jay Kaufman and a second by Jackie Dillahay. Is there any additional discussion? Or Erica, did you have any other questions regarding their motion?
I do not.
Thank you. Hearing no other questions or concerns, through roll call vote, Mr. Tim Lingerfeld.
Aye.
Mr. Jackie Dillahay.
Aye.
Jay Kaufman.
Aye.
And Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. Erica, does that conclude number 6 and what you needed?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We're all good. Okay, board members, we are down to our last 3 items. I'm going to step back onto our agenda. The expert reviewers, this was a question that we posed, or you posed, to Maria and Jennifer Peck with when she was the executive director. We have 2 contracts for expert reviewers. I'm not sure what other questions or informations you needed regarding those. Those are contracts that would have gone through the state's review process to acquire the contract and the bids, and so we have 2 currently at this time. But given that we're kind of in a transition stage, I didn't know what else you wanted to discuss, or if we're trying to set some best practices for our reviewers to follow. I welcome any other conversation, since I don't have everything that it is that you needed. We want to make sure to get that for you.
This is Jay. Just real quick, I would just want to make sure that legal feels like they have the adequate support of the expert reviewers in terms of both numbers of and the production that they're able to accomplish for legal. And then separately, I think we suggested earlier during the legal report that I don't know that it's the right place for expert reviewers to be making opinions on what disciplinary action, if any, should be taken. And I'll listen to the other members.
Thank you, Jay. I get that completely. I think we definitely, Michael and I have taken note. We'll make sure to kind of reach out on that ground, but I appreciate you checking in if they've got enough expert reviewers, if they're at adequate support. Is there anything else that the other board members wanted on this topic?
I think the spirit of the topic, Ms. Roxanne, was also to be able to, from time to time, the board possibly restructure the expert reviewers roadmap based on how we're getting their response on complaints. In other words, I don't suggest that we are trying to tell them what to do, but I think that from time to time, it's always good to reemphasize, if the board is concerned about a certain group of standards or something of that nature.
Got it. That makes perfect sense, Tim. Thank you.
Because in the beginning, you weren't involved, I don't think, in the beginning when we did their original contract. We were asked at that time by another director to give a list of 3 or 4 things that we would expect from an expert reviewer, and that was all that ever happened. And then the next time we see it, we had to approve the contract just because it was part of the process, and then we started getting reviews. And for a while they were all over the place, but that's okay. That was understandable. But like I say, we never really got to really provide what I call a good roadmap.
I got you. And this has come up in one of our other programs and professions. And so 2 contracts doesn't sound like a lot. I think, and I could be wrong, that given our volume, we're okay. We haven't overloaded them. We could always open up a contract, an RFP process through the contracting folks. It is a very extensive piece. And so I will make sure to have the conversation, and Michael will with Maria, make sure that our paralegals have enough support and that the reviews are being returned timely. And sometimes in the contract, it's built in that we need them in 2 weeks or as long as 45 days. That they range that broadly. But we welcome, as you've done today, the board pointing out things that need to be changed so that legal counsel, whether the attorney themselves or the paralegal, updates our individuals and say, moving forward on your reports, there is no recommendation needed. That is for legal counsel to do and the board members to decide. It just doesn't need to be in there at all. And I think that's great. Or any other items that you point out. And I've been with a program where the question was, on cases, for example, 3, 4, and 5, is it the same reviewer? Because the report is not good. We're not getting what we need. And then legal counsel may have to follow up. And if in fact it is the same reviewer, clearly they're struggling with something or not presenting things correctly. I don't think we're there, or correct me if you think we are, but I think we're okay with the reviewers' data, their report. It's just other items. And we always welcome if that roadmap of our expectations can be written down and provided. You can definitely send that to Michael and he can make sure that all of the members look at that best practices or roadmap, and we can get it to our reviewers as expectations, something in writing.
2 things. If I'm not mistaken, we did at one time actually have a 3rd reviewer. And the second thing is we had that very situation happen with a little bit different flavor of reviews from one reviewer, and we made some comments as a board, and that kind of changed. So clearly the expert reviewers do listen to what we have thrown out from the board, and I just think it's good to have a roadmap.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Tim. Yes, I have found that they do listen. I mean, at the end of the day, they want to do right, and they're in the industry like you all are. So was there anything else that we wanted on this topic? Jay, Tim, anything at all that I'm missing?
No,
I don't think so.
Okay, fantastic. Next, we've got a discussion, and this is regarding PDH credits for the board meeting attendance. I've actually used Land Surveyors Board as an example when we looked at allowing the A&E Board to count some of the, to give the licensees credit for watching and participating or, viewing the meeting. And I used you as an example because you all have done it for so long and do such a great job at the end of the meeting on saying how many hours you believe were about true business that impacts the licensees, and then you give out those PDHs. So I welcome the conversation. I do want to let you know that similar to what we've said with continuing education being done through a synchronous path or occurring at the same time and virtually, this meeting would count just as if we were sitting in 1B and the video rolling. We probably would have taken a break for lunch, but other than that, it would be the same thing. So don't let the fact that this is only going to be audio and recorded and they can listen after the fact or have hung in here with us today, they can still get the same, I believe at least, number of PDHs you would have given them otherwise. I don't know if that was part of the conversation you wanted to have. So I'll tune myself out and let you voice any concerns or thoughts or questions you have.
Yeah, this is Jay. Yeah, I have to agree with you, in compliance with what we agreed on the future TAPS conferences, the potential of having virtual presentations there as well. We agreed with full PDHs there, if I recall correctly. So I don't have any issue. I think anybody that withstood these last, we look at 5 hours plus of this conversation, yeah, I think they earned it.
Thank you, Jay. I agree.
I think that when we did the board meeting attendance, I think, didn't we only, what was it we did, 2 hours or 4 hours? We had a limit on it, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe, and you all can correct me, that when we've done our board meetings, I've never heard you all give more than 4 hours. As Jay points out, we haven't taken a single break. We've been on since, what was it, 9:13. So it would be at your discretion, but I believe you have limited to 4 in the past. And I know when we had the conversation with A&E, they brought that up, that even if the meeting went on longer, they felt there had to be a cap.
I don't think we've actually limited our hours that we have been able to take ourselves. I think that we limited when Mr. Northcutt requested this. I think that we set a base hours for a licensee that attended, listened in, etc.
Correct, and that's what I'm referring to. The PDHs that the licensees will be able to take for being listening to this full meeting.
From the minutes of our last meeting, it says that the maximum is two PDHs for attending a board meeting in person.
There you go. Thank you, Jackie. That sounds probably in line with what you've done. So if we actually put it on the record at the last meeting, I think we're good with that. Any other discussions regarding attending? Obviously, this meeting would count just like the in-person.
Yeah, this is Jay. I do have a quick question, and I hate to expand on this any. How does a registrant that is listening in get those 2 credit hours? Let's say, should they get audited at some point in the future? What tangible proof do they have that they attended?
So the expectation from the office would be that they're keeping a log. We don't have to be the ones creating the log with the date and time of the meeting. There is no exam for the 2 hours. There's nothing. I mean, we are relying on their truthfulness that they attended the meeting and that they heard the number of hours that were done. Their log should have the begin and end time. That may be the only piece where the board can see that the meeting clearly lasted 5 hours and at the end we gave 2 PDHs. So it'd be at the discretion of the board. We really have to trust that they've kept their log and are saying that they attended it. There's no clear better path right now. A&E on our meeting with that particular board, they had the same concern, and after much debate, the conclusion was if a licensee is going to go to those type of lengths to not take other PDHs and say they listened to the meeting, we're not going to overcomplicate it with an exam or a clear thing. They did discuss, and Michael will have to at the August meeting bring it back up, I think, giving some type of exact number or code at the end for them to use. But as you all know, our meetings are posted through YouTube, so they could go to the end. The thought is if they're taking and claiming these hours, it's because they really felt that what the board members address and cover and their decisions are important to the industry and to protecting the public and to their paths. And so hopefully they're not trying to cheat it. Jay, I don't know if that answered your question.
It does. I'm comfortable with that.
So having said that, I think at the end, we'll definitely, as we do always, turn it over to the chair to give us the number of hours they think we want to provide. And if it's always the 2 PDH hours, then that would work out fine as well. We have one other item on our agenda, and then we do have a participant that's been on the call that's going to be allowed some time. I don't know for certain if he had questions or just something to say. The last item is just an update on the TAPS Murfreesboro, the March session that took place. We haven't met after that to be able to do a recap. I believe that the meeting went very well. I was very proud of Caleb for doing the outreach and joining you all and speaking. I think he really appreciated getting to talk to the group. And so Michael knows that this takes place every March. So we are happy to go on behalf of the board office and provide any assistance, guidance, responses, answer questions. So I think March went well, but anything else that the board members have, concerns, follow-up questions we need to refer to, hopefully we've gotten them and have completed that piece.
Well, I would also, besides Caleb, he did an outstanding job. Even though he was a little nervous, you'll probably keep me from that. But I'd also like to thank Miss Erica because I thought she did an outstanding job as well.
Thank you, Tim. I forgot that because I didn't get a chance to debrief with Erica a whole lot, so I was more familiar. But yes, thank you. Absolutely, Erica stepping in and covering the legal portion because there's always questions that come up and being there in case something does come up that we wouldn't have necessarily known. I appreciate you saying that.
As do I, this is Erica. Thank you. Sorry. I really enjoyed it too. It was a great experience. So thank you again.
Thank you.
This is Jay. I just wanted to add that I did get several positive responses from those that attended, very well received. And I do suggest, and I hope that we get to continue doing it in the future for the board to present at the TAPS. I think it's just a great opportunity for outreach and make us more reachable and you know, we're people, not just some mystical board up in Nashville. But as much as I dislike public speaking and getting in front of groups of everybody, it is a positive thing, and I hope we get to continue it.
Fantastic, Jay. Thank you for that. I agree with you, and I've already had the conversation with Michael. We definitely look forward to going and answering so that the board office is also close to the licensee. So it's clear that, you know, we are here. We're working from home, which is awesome. So we've kept our family safe ourselves, but we have not stopped, and we want the licensees to know that we are here for anything that they need, whether the phone rings directly to one of us or customer service. It does end up touching your staff directly at some point, and we want to make sure that that's clear, that we answer their questions, that we're available. We also want to be able to always open the path for bringing in new licensees, and we're working on that closely with what NCWS has out there and what we discuss with you all. So as soon as schools, the high schools in particular, open back up and we've got a path, we're going to continue that. I know I brought it up a couple times just to welcome new licensees, and in this path we also are very focused on that to bring in people to join the industry. And I don't think I had anything else. I know you are probably very tired of hearing me. So if the board members have anything else to discuss, I'll make sure to pause. And otherwise, I will bring in one of our licensees, I believe, or participants that teaches also, that either has questions for the board members or definitely has hung in here and wants to have a chance to address you.
Yeah, go ahead and put him on, Ms. Roxanne.
Thank you very much. So I will go ahead and turn the mic over. I will mute myself. Mr. Christopher Klein, welcome. I know you've been with us from the beginning. We had the pleasure of seeing you in the very beginning. So I'm going to mute myself, and I think your mute button is off. So go right ahead and address the board, ask us questions, anything we can help with.
Actually, I'm going to be very brief. I should point out a point of clarification. I'm not actually licensed in the state of Tennessee. I am an instructor in Tennessee. I'm licensed in North Carolina. But I did want to thank the board very much for approving the courses promptly. We're in a very poor position of unfortunately preferring to present live. And this year we feel like we have very little choice except to present as a webinar. And Don Wilson and I have talked about this. Some of you know my name, a lot of you know Don Wilson's name. We're collaborating on Surveyors educational seminars this year, and I have taken over management of the company. But we plan to do online seminars this year purely as a fallback position because we feel we have no choice. Next year we'll be coming back live. And I just wanted to make sure you people understand how much we appreciate the opportunity to teach in Tennessee and that we try to customize our classes to the case law in Tennessee and to your membership. So beyond that, I just really appreciate being allowed to attend, and thank you for approving our courses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klein.
And Mr. Klein, thank you for your patience and going through the whole meeting with us. I know it was a lot to listen to and cover, so you've been awesome. And if we can help in any way in the office, just let us know. Board members, I don't think I have anything else. If you do, I turn it over to you. Otherwise, we would need a motion to adjourn.
Just a couple of things, Ms. Roxanne, real quick. I think I've said this to you now on more than one occasion, but I'm going to say it again. Our board sincerely appreciates everything that you've done for us as director. Just everything in general. You're wonderful to deal with, and you're so patient, and you've helped all of us in many, many different ways, more than I even know. So again, I want to thank you so very much. I wish you the very best in your new endeavors, and hopefully you will come back and see a bunch of old surveyors one of these days, every now and then, if we ever get a chance to meet in person. Secondly, I would certainly like to welcome Michael, although as we say up in East Tennessee, we haven't shook yet. He and I have talked and done some emailing, and I look forward to meeting him in person. If he ever was to go and get a full dose of Surveyors board meeting, he got it today. He got a real indoctrination today, but he got it with the best possible individual that could have been running the meeting, and that was you. So I look forward to working with Michael. And as always, we're going to miss working with you. And I want to say nothing but accolades to Maria and Erica for all that they do. The other folks that we don't get to see very often, like Caleb, and I've never met Morgan. I look forward to that. I do a lot of emails there. So I just want to reiterate how much that I appreciate as now the outgoing chair, all of you all and what you all do for us. And we hope that we return the favor by doing our job adequately as well. But I did want to say that to you. And I'm sure if the other members want to say something, they're more than welcome to jump in. And then we have just one more item after that. So if anybody else has anything to say first.
Thank you, sir. You are very, very kind. I can't thank you enough. I appreciate it. And Michael will do amazing. So I'm very, very excited.
And this is Jay. I'll jump in real quick and just say, Michael, boy, you got some shoes to fill there. And what an outstanding example Roxana did today. Not only today, but has done obviously in the past. But she stepped up today, boy. We put her to work and as expected and has always performed so well. So thank you, Roxana. Welcome, Michael. Looking forward to working with you as chairman and the rest of the members here and staff especially. Outstanding job today. This was a long one, and we plowed through it with no breaks, but great work on everybody's part. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you so much, and congrats. I know you'll do fantastic, and you all will plow along, and you're in great hands. Thank you.
I concur with everything that's been said. Thanks, Roxanne. Look forward to working with you, Mike.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you so much. I think, Tim, you said we had one other item. Is that correct?
Yes, I did forget someone, and I apologize to Kevin. Kevin, you're new to us. Again, we've not met and shook yet either, so I'm sure all of us look forward to doing that. And you definitely got thrown into the fire today, a lot more than maybe you anticipated. But you stepped up the plate and you performed well too, and we appreciate you and look forward to meeting you. The last thing we have is, prior to the motion to adjourn, is we need a motion for the number of PDH hours for today's meeting that goes to the board members.
This is Jay. I'll make a motion for 5 PDH hours for today's service.
That's fine.
Second.
Okay.
We have a motion from Jay Kaufman and a second from Jackie Dillahay for 5 hours for today's meeting for the board members through roll call vote. Mr. Tim Lingerfelt,
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay,
Aye.
Jay Kaufman,
Aye.
and Kevin Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. And if I'm understanding correctly, at the last meeting, you voted to give those that participate or view the meeting, whether actively as it's occurring or later, a total of 2 PDHs. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Thank you, sir. I think that is all that I needed. I'll turn it back over to you, Chairman, for a final motion to adjourn.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion.
Yeah,
It
second.
is 2:05 and we will be adjourning. Motion by Jay Kaufman and a second by Jackie Dillahay. All those in favor by roll call vote. Tim Lingerfelt,
Aye.
Jackie Dillahay,
Aye.
Jay Kaufman,
Aye.
and Kevin Martin.
Aye, and thank you guys for the warm welcome.
Thank you all. We are adjourned. Appreciate everything. I'm sure I'll be seeing you all hopefully soon.